The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide has resumed. Please be seated.
Good morning, Ms. Bridget.
May it please the Commission. Commissioners, you will be hearing from two witnesses today. This morning, Commissioners, you will be hearing from Senator Jackie Lambie, and this afternoon you will hear from Dr. Andrew Clark from the Veteran Hub. Before Senator Lambie is sworn in, I have one matter to attend to, Commissioner. Commissioners, the evidence of Senator Lambie will be her lived experience evidence of her time in the Australian Defence Force and of her dealings with the Department of Veterans Affairs, and the impact of these experiences on her well-being and the well-being of her family. During the course of the public hearings in this Royal Commission, it has been submitted to you, Commissioners, by Peter Gray QC, Senior Counsel, that people giving accounts of their lived experience should not be cross-examined. This is because we are calling this evidence as the subjective impressions of the witness, and we will not be seeking specific findings from you, Commissioners, based on the accounts of lived experience witnesses. Senator Lambie's evidence is no different. Senator Lambie's evidence will be in two parts. The first part will be her lived experience evidence about her time serving in the Australian Army and her dealings with the Department of Veterans Affairs. And the second part will be Senator Lambie's key concerns and recommendations relevant to the Commission's terms of reference. And this is largely because we will need to have an adjournment to allow for the transcribers to hand over. Commissioners, Senator Lambie is in the room and can now be sworn in.
Commissioners, sorry, just before that happens, I should
Please go
announce
ahead.
my appearance.
Yes.
If it pleases the Commission, my name's Black, B-L-A-C-K, initial M. I'm a barrister instructed by KCI lawyers, and I appear with leave for Senator Jackie Lambie.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Commissioner, my apologies to my learned friend.
Senator Jackie Lambie, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you please tell the Commissioners your full name?
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Jacqueline Louise Lambie.
And Senator, you made a statement to the Commission signed and dated the 1st of August 2022, is that correct?
That is correct.
And there are two versions of your statement, a redacted statement and an unredacted statement, is that correct?
That is correct.
Operator, please display JLB.0000.0001.0001. And this is, Senator, I'm now displaying your redacted statement on the screen there. Do you recognise this as the cover page of your statement?
I do.
And operator, please scroll to the last page of the statement. There are 37 pages to your statement, Senator, is that correct?
That is correct.
And are the contents of your statement true and correct?
That is correct.
Commissioners, I tender the redacted statement of Senator Lambie, signed and dated the 1st of August 2022 as a public exhibit.
Thank you. Will be accepted and allocated the next consecutive number.
And Commissioners, I also tender the unredacted statement as a confidential exhibit.
Thank you. Be similarly accepted. Thank you.
Senator, you're giving evidence to the Commission today about your personal experiences of your time in the Australian Army and the impact of these experiences on your well-being, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you're also giving evidence about your experiences with the Department of Veterans Affairs and how these experiences have impacted on your well-being, is that correct?
That is correct.
Senator, if at any time that you require a break, please let me know and we will have a short adjournment.
Thank you.
Before I ask you about your lived experience, Senator, you have been one of the architects of ensuring that this Royal Commission happens. Is there anything that you would like to say to the Commissioners in this regard?
I would, just for a couple of minutes, if I may, Commissioners. I want to thank, this has been going on for about 10 years. The peacemakers and the peacekeepers were the first ones standing outside Veterans Affairs offices in 2012.
Senator, I'll just ask you to speak slowly for the transcribers,
Okay.
if that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So I wanted to thank the peacemakers and peacekeepers. I think they've been alluded to, and nobody sort of knows the story from the beginning. There was a couple of fathers who had lost their own sons, and that's how that was generated. Over the last 10 years, I've been very grateful. There have been people helped. They've come in and out. I've had many of those veterans, obviously, where their PTSD, where they've been able to contribute along the way. I thank them, and I know that's been very difficult for you. We have got here in the end. I want to thank the mothers who over the last 2 years before the Royal Commission came in. They came in by stealth. I won't mention their names. I'm sure everybody out there knows who they are. I want to thank them sincerely, and they are still walking alongside us, and I'm very grateful for that. I want to thank my family for the 10 years of hell they had to go through. That was very difficult for them, watching their daughter, especially my mum and dad, go from being someone that was very fit with a military career to reduce to basically just an empty human being. But last and certainly not least, I want to thank my two sons who went through a lot and watched their mother deteriorate so badly over a 10-year period, and the ending of that. To my youngest son, I know you've paid a very heavy price.
Senator, we're happy to just take a
Sorry.
moment. Just take a moment. We're not in a rush. There's no
Yep.
worries at all.
To my youngest son, I know you've paid a very, very heavy price for what you had to do to care for me over that period of time, and I know you are still paying the price of that. I thank you sincerely, and I will speak on your behalf and tell them what you went through and the impact it has had on your life. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Please feel free to have some water. Thank you. Senator, I'll now ask you some questions about your lived experience. You were born and raised in Tasmania, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you joined the Australian Army in 1989?
That is correct.
And how old were you when you joined the Army?
So I was 18 when I joined the Army.
And at the age of 18, what was it about the Army or the ADF that made you want to join?
I think for me, I originally wanted to be a police officer. I had been in a couple of court sessions when I was younger due to my behaviour, and so I actually wanted to give back for that. For me, I just happened to be in the right place at the right time, and there was the Army was there, and I had the opportunity of me and two of my girlfriends to go in and talk to them and sign on the dotted line on that day. Unfortunately for my girlfriends, they did not, and they've had a very tough life, unfortunately, by not doing that. So for me, that's what I wanted to do. My mother was obviously very forceful in me joining the military. I seemed to be being around a bad group of people at that point in time that were bad influences, and so for me it was probably a lifesaver that I had the opportunity to serve my country.
And is it correct that you wanted to make a contribution to your country?
Yeah, so for me, I really don't think when you're 18 years of age, you just go, well, this is great, I'm going and, I'm prepared to put my country first. And I don't think you really understand the impact of that until much later on and how much that actually means. But even to be 18 years of age, like many of the others, we go and join the military because we want to put them first and foremost, and if need being called upon, we're prepared to go and fight and die for our country.
Thank you, Senator. And when you were starting the process of joining the Army, did you have to undertake any pre-enlistment processes?
Yeah, so I had to do the normal pre-enlistment. It was pretty good back then. I think mine was about a 3-month turnaround, which was great. I have people out there now enlisting that it's taking them quite some time. The enlistment within the military needs to be looked at. I think that we're losing some people through that enlistment because the turnaround is just not quick enough. I've noticed a lot of that since they civilianised the army back in the 90s. That's been quite difficult. I've got some Tasmanian kids out there that are just dying basically to join the armed forces, and it's taking way too long, and I think they're losing some through that. So for me, it was very quick. It was signed on the dotted line. 3 months later, I was pretty much in there.
And did you then embark on basic training?
Yeah, so I did embark on basic training. I, like everybody else, went through Kapooka, and from there I went to the Army School of Transport. I was very lucky. I had my first preference given to me, which I wanted to be like my father. I wanted to be a truck driver, and I was very lucky to be gifted that straight up. So.
And was there any particular part of the Army that you joined? Did you have to train to do any particular other courses?
So after I went through the Army School of Transport, that's about a 6-week course to come out with a light rigid licence, and I was able to obtain that.
And did any significant events happen during this time?
Yes, so for me, I was actually pregnant probably about 2 weeks before I went through Kapooka. On your screening, the day that you leave, they will give you a pregnancy test, a urine one. Obviously, I would have been in my very early days during that period of time, so that was not picked up. So I managed to go through Kapooka. Over a 16-week period, we had a little bit extra because it was over the Christmas period, so we did some extra duties, which that was fine. But for me, I was actually carrying a baby. I did go back down there it would have been about the 10-week mark of me being pregnant, because I had obviously missed my periods. That had never happened to me in my life. So I went back down there. They did another urine test. They did that. I don't know why they never did a blood test, because I was also putting on weight. So my instructors couldn't understand why I was putting on weight and everybody else was losing it. So it was quite bizarre. When I finally got to the Army School of Transport during my ITC, initial training, I think it is, it's a 3 to 5 day where you go out field again before you actually do your driver's course. I asked to go back down and have another test done, where when I had that test done, it was concluded that I was 22 weeks pregnant.
And what happened when the Army found out that you were pregnant?
Yeah, so when the Army found out I was pregnant, this was a first for the Army. So this was, it was a very long 48 hours, I'll put it that way, because their first thing was to me was, what they wanted me to do was just discharge immediately and get going. I did not want to discharge because I did not want to end up back in public housing with a child. So I was very lucky that my mother, one of her sisters, knew a legal military person and rang them up for advice, my advice was that they could not just ask me to discharge or throw me out under those circumstances. So within 48 hours from going, I thought I was going and being discharged, that the Army started within that 48-hour, 72-hour period, coming up with a plan of attack on how I could actually make this happen. I have to thank the Army during that period of time, even though those first 48 hours were not pleasant, is that they did go out of their way for me at that point in time. They come up with a plan of attack and realised, because I was already at the Army School of Transport, the best thing for me to move forward was to make sure that I did my driver's course whilst I was pregnant and get that out of the way so I could come back with a clean slate and go back to Puckapunyal, where I was quite familiar with. So I am very grateful in the end I was given that opportunity, and I'm very grateful for the support I had 4 corporals that were our instructors. They were all men. This was brand new for them. It was, and I had a great course of people, of 26 people, which supported me through that. Those 4 men that were there, my corporals, they wrapped me up in cotton wool, and I'm very grateful for that. There was no jumping off unimogs without giving them a heart attack. So it was, for me, it was a really placid period, to be honest, and I'm very grateful for the support that I got off the guys that were on my course and the trainers at that period of time, which had never come across anything like this. So the good thing is, a couple of years later, they decided that women should be able to do courses if they're capable and get a medical tick off whilst they are pregnant. So there was some goodness come out of that, and of course I had my son.
And were you offered any maternity leave at the time?
Yes, so when about the 28-week mark, I had finished my driver's course, and I went back home so I went back home and lived with my mother so she could help support me. The problem was, because I hadn't been in for 12 months, I was not entitled to any maternity leave. I do thank once again the Army for dealing with Centrelink to make sure that when the baby was born, that my pension, I was able to get some money during that period of time before I went back. When my son was born in June, I was to go back to Puckapunyal in January. I could not wait that long, so the Army was very good to me and allowed me to go back to 44 Transport in Devonport whilst I was still living with my mother, and allowed me to go back there so I could start getting wages again, because I had no furniture, I had nothing, and start supporting my son, so I'm very grateful for that. In turn, that was 44 Transport were great, but when we went to move the furniture and stuff, I was not entitled to a removalist, which was, I'm not quite sure why that was the case. I had a couple of old warrant officers at 44 Transport. They're obviously on their last postings there. They were very good. They went in very hard for me and just said, well, if you're not going to move her, we'll pack up a 44 a Unimog at 44 Transport. We'll put her furniture in there and we'll drive her up there ourselves. That would not have looked good out in the media, so the Army come to play and said, you know what, we will remove you, we'll do the right thing, we'll move your furniture over there. And my son and myself and my mother also come over there for about 6 to 10 weeks just to help me until I could get childcare and that working out. I think because it was quite difficult for them, and being a single mother back then, we had to do gate duties. So I think 2 or 3 times a week I was doing a 24-hour duty, which made it quite difficult having a brand new baby. Once I got settled in to the Army School of Transport, I had 2 very good girlfriends that I'd done my driver's course with that were posted there at the same time I was, and so when I had extra duties, once my mother left, they come and babysat my son.
And can you recall what this time was like for you, having a son and having to deal with the accommodation and surviving?
Yes, I think it was quite difficult. I do look back now though, and I'm actually a little bit grateful, because for me, I never really become institutionalised, because I never lived in the lines for that couple of years. So, you know, I didn't get to go out and party with them all a lot either, because I obviously had a child and I had to be a mother. So when I look back at the mental health care that I had once I'd left the armed forces, for me, I think that actually helped me by not being institutionalised, to be honest. Because the mental health place that I went to was not a military one. So I think for me, had I been something like Ward 17, I'm not sure that would have assisted in me, although I understand why the veterans like to be grouped together, and the first responders, and they can share their experiences, and that works for them. But for some that were in my predicament, I'm not sure that would have worked for me. Going into a normal mental health facility here in Tasmania at Rugby, a private one, over a 2-year period, from 2009 to 2011, helped me greatly. So,
Thank you, Senator. And we'll return to that in due course. So after you had your son, you resumed your army training, is that correct?
That is correct.
And during your time in the army, you spent time in the Australian Corps of Transport from 1990 to 1995, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And then the Royal Australian Corps of Military Police from 1996 to 2000.
That is correct.
And when you were with the Australian Corps of Military Police around 1997, was there any significant event that happened then?
1997. Yeah, I did struggle there a bit after I had my second child, but they were sending females into the field force or combat units then. We found it quite difficult going up against the men that weren't used to having females in their units. And so for me, I think I may have had a bit of baby blues as well still after that period of time. I was finding it really difficult. My former partner was also serving in the military, so both of us me being in a field unit, and he was in a field unit at the same time. I was really struggling with that. I ended up getting charged during that period of time, and I lost a stripe, and that's fine. I'm fine with that. They treated me very well, I have to say. At the time, the commanding officers, I was actually very lucky that they were supportive of me. After that incident happened, I was able to go home. I was not dealing with things very well, and I went on compassionate posting back to 44 Transport to get back on my feet. I was very lucky. I got extended time. I'm not sure why. I think they forgot I was sitting down there. So I actually ended up with about 20 months back in Tasmania to get back on my feet. That helped me to sort myself back out again and get back on my feet. And then I went back out. Then after that, I went to Darwin, back into another field unit. So my experience, as much as some of that army stuff was difficult, they did support me through a lot of it, and that comes down to the relationships that you have with the officers that you are serving, because basically it comes down to them where your careers are going. So for me, I was an ops corporal, an operations corporal through most of my time in the military, so I was sat there between the diggers and the officers, so I was able to build on those relationships, and I'll be very, very grateful for that. It could have been very, very different for me. They could have actually, quite frankly, after I got charged for basically assault, I should have been thrown out of the military, and they did not do that for me. They gave me a second chance, and I'll always be very, very grateful for having that second chance.
And Senator, did you undertake any type of military infantry training in terms of preparation for deployment?
Yeah, so when I was down at 44 Transport, they do a military, it's a military training weekend where they used to, an infantry training weekend, and we have a group of 10 back then, and we all went to Puckapunyal to compete against the other Army Reserve units. 44 Transport is an Army Reserve unit. Over that weekend, you have about 10 or 12 stands. They can be a stand on your bayonet stand, where you go through a bayonet course, to first aid, what else? From first aid to, and then out in the range to have a shoot. So there were about 12 different stands that you went through over that period. It's a little bit difficult with the Army Reserve because there is some out there that are probably not as fit as the regular soldiers, and there's some out there that are fitter, so don't get me wrong, but for me, I was quite fit at that period of time. I was doing basically 2 hours a day of physical training. So when I did that weekend, not only was I carrying my own pack, we were also carrying these 40 kilos of rocks in ammunition boxes, and we had to carry 3 lots of that, so 6 people were carrying them at any one time. So that was carried from shoulder to shoulder with poles, and the box sat in the middle of it. So not only did I have my own my own gear on me, from a pack to webbing. We also had to carry those. Unfortunately, people were really struggling, so there was some of us that carried them a lot during that period of time, and that's where I ran into trouble with my back.
And Senator Lambie, can you tell the Commissioners what happened to your back?
Yeah, so we finished that infantry training on the Sunday. On the Monday morning when I went to get out of bed, I could not get out of bed, I could not move. So they sent me, they took me by ambulance round to the Puckapunya Medical Centre, and from there it just went all downhill.
And were you getting any treatment for your back at that time?
Yeah, so when I went to Puckapunya, they did some intense physiotherapy on me over a few days, checked me out and did all the right things, took x-rays, did all that sort of thing. And then we headed back to, obviously, a couple of days after that, we headed back to Devonport, back to 44 Transport, where I continued to get some treatment on physio. I also did Chinese hot cupping, which I found relieved the symptoms quite a lot. But from that day onward, I pretty much struggled with my injury.
And in your statement, you say you considered all options. Is that right, to try and deal with the back injury?
Yeah, so I did consider all options. The unfortunate thing is, especially for the diggers out there, as soon as we are medically downgraded, it is very, very difficult to come back from that. And when you are medically downgraded, you are not offered courses to further your career. It is basically put on hold. So for me, I was getting a lot of treatment, but also hiding it, and also putting a lot of painkillers down my mouth.
And then, Senator, did something happen before a deployment to East Timor? And this was around September 1999.
Yeah, so for the 2 years prior to that, like I said, I was getting treatment. I was taking a lot of pills. You know, I go and do what the rest of them do. So when we go and get a medical class after 3 years, I had a review on mine over 3 years. So you just take a heap of pills and you go in there so you can bend over, move around, and you look all right, so you can stay med class 1. Just after that, East Timor come up, and of course I wanted to go to East Timor. I was trained as a female searcher, being military police. There was only a couple of us that were qualified, and only a couple of women in my unit at that point in time in Darwin that actually do that job. So for me, I was looking very forward to going with 1 Armoured and doing that first lot being over in East Timor. 48 hours before I was to leave East Timor, we were getting our shots done, getting all our packs done. I went to put a flat jacket on, and the person that put it on me, unfortunately, as you do, you sort of get it to that and then you just drop it, you know, you don't, so it wasn't on purpose. But for me, that was it. My back just wouldn't take anymore, so I ended up on the floor, and then that was pretty much the end for me. Once that happened, they then went through my file and realised I had been sailing through, taking a lot of painkillers, having well over 200 physio sessions during that 2 years, and wanted to know why I was still med class 1 instead of being medically downgraded. I have to thank the Defence Force during that period of time. As soon as that happened, they could not move me around fast enough to medical specialists to find out what was wrong with me at that period of time. It's very difficult in Darwin back then. We didn't have the specialists, as you can imagine, at the Darwin Hospital. So they flew me everywhere from Brisbane, I think, down to Adelaide. They really did exhaust, and I am grateful for that. But during that period of time, we just could not find out what was wrong.
And so there was a period of nearly 2 years where you were trying to just get on with things, but having back pain, is that right? And
yeah, so the back pain, especially the last 6 months, was terribly intense. I can remember having a shower and that after the physical training instructor, after having the morning PT sessions, and especially probably that last 3 or 4 months, and after that just laying on the ground in the showers there, crying most times after that. But I think, you know, when you're all of 28, you're living in denial, thinking this thing's got to go away. I'm getting treatment, You know, I've got no idea about about chronic pain or anything like that. It's not something that ever affected me. So for me, I probably did not do myself any favours. But then again, maybe the military, had they pulled me up well on 12 months beforehand, without me continuing to put a pack on my back because I was not med class down, whether that would have made a difference during my life.
Thank you, Senator. And at this time, did you have any reason to have any dealings with the Department of Veterans Affairs?
So I had not had any dealings with, I didn't even know about Veterans Affairs during that two-year period. You know, I don't even think there was an incident report put in, which is another thing they do not do. The diggers, they need to make sure that when they get injured, they need to get those incident reports in, and they don't do it, so that does not help further on down the line. I was not introduced to Veterans Affairs until just after the incident, where they pulled me up from having that flat jacket when I went downhill. Before I left Darwin, they were very good to me before I left Darwin. I could not see Veterans Affairs because they were absolutely stacked up with claims, and they said to me it would be much quicker when you get home to do your claims in Hobart. So, which actually didn't make much difference once I got down there. Once again, the Army was very good. They could see that I was in pain. They allowed me to get that extra 3 months from the time I returned back in December, so I still had some wages for 3 months, while hoping that this would get sorted out. And unfortunately, with Veterans Affairs, it did not get sorted out.
And again, we'll come to that in due course, Senator. But could I just go back in terms of that experience with DVA, and that was in Darwin, is that right?
That's correct.
And you saw an on-base advisor?
Yes, so there wasn't, yes, an on-base advisor, but once again, they were so stacked up with claims, their answer to me was, when you get back to Tasmania, you'll be much quicker.
And was it around this time you were then medically discharged, is that right?
Yep, that's correct. So I was medically discharged towards the end of March. Like I said, I'm very grateful that I was given that 12-week period while they were still trying to sort it out and still giving me some room to move to get my claims done once I got back down to Tasmania.
And at that time of your discharge, do you recall being offered any transition programs, or were you involved in any kind of transition process?
No, I actually didn't know anything about a transition program back then. And I'm not even sure there was a transition program back then. I know there was for those guys who had served 20 years, that they had a transition program. But even with me, I don't think, because of the condition I was in physically back then, I'm not sure I could have completed a transition program anyway.
And Senator, why is that?
Well, first of all, I didn't know about the transition program, and secondly, physically, I could hardly even stand up. So me doing anything with transition at that period of time would have been difficult. But I can tell you now, there was no transition back in my day that I can remember, unless you had done 20 years service.
And as part of your medical discharge, were you seeing any specialists and having any treatment?
So I had seen a series of doctors. In 1999, in the March of 1999, they could see I was struggling, so the first thing that they did was give me a breast reduction, which slightly helped a little bit, and then of course, then they backed it off, and then of course, you know, when I finally went down and out, there was that medical treatment, you know, send me to a specialist to find out what was going on. But basically, by the time I was discharged, I was not receiving any medical treatment from them, and any medical treatment after that discharge, I was paying for to a certain degree.
And you discharged after 10 years of service, is that correct?
That's correct.
And where did you go once you were discharged?
So once I was discharged, I came straight back home because I obviously needed family support. I was starting not to deal with things very well. It was starting to hit me by March of my discharge that this thing, whatever was wrong with me, was not actually going away. So for me, it was just easier to be at home, take my kids back. I think for me, I was just so delusional. I actually believed that if I just took 12 months out of the military, I would be able to get it fixed, get back on my feet and actually go back in and continue to serve. So that was my plan of attack back then.
And can you recall how you were feeling at this time about being medically discharged?
Yeah, well, it sort of hadn't really hit me being medically discharged, because I honestly believed if I could just move away from the military, not put a pack on my back for 12 months, get support services and get what I need, that I could actually beat whatever was wrong with me and go back in. Obviously, that did not occur.
And is that because you were really committed to wanting to serve?
Yeah, I love serving. You know, serving was great. I loved the job. I loved what I did. It was a career. It provided for my family. For me, that's I would have just, you know, for me, I would still be in there, no doubt, and probably be institutionalised by now. But I would still be in there, no doubt, had that have not happened to me medically. So for me, it was my life. I loved it, you know. And I think when you join the military and you've got to give it to those men and women, because they really do put their country first. When they know that they put their country first and they put their family second, I don't think you can get any more commitment out of anyone in this country than those serving members.
Thank you, Senator. And it was around March 2000 that you discharged from the Army, is that right?
That's correct.
And then what happened once you were discharged?
So once I was discharged, I was still fighting my claims with Veterans Affairs. I tried to do that by myself, and I went and got some advocates' advice in Launceston RSL at that point in time. Once again, they were flooded in claims as well. They were struggling. That's when a lot of the Vietnam veterans were doing those claims. Unfortunately, we are losing them, and losing those advocates in that area is having a huge hit on us, because they've been in that field for so long. I tried doing that for 12 months. And then I just realised that it was just too difficult for me. And then so I found a lawyer after that period of time. I could no longer deal with that, because one, I was not receiving a wage during that first 12 months. That was really difficult, trying to raise 2 children. I was on a single mother's pension during that period of time, and I just knew, and I couldn't get the medical help that I needed either. So, for me, after trying to exhaust that for 12 months, I was also then starting to run into depression, because I'd lost complete control of the pain and the pain management, and the pain itself was completely out of control. And there, it sort of set into a pattern that once that sort of set in, I'd just about given up back then. And I think it started to hit me that I was not going to recover like I thought I was. And then the depression set in during that period of time, within that first 12 months of getting out.
If I can just go back to when you left the Army, when you first left the Army, which was around the March 2000, did you have any contact or any dealings with ComSuper?
I'm not sure if it was ComSuper then or if that came later on. I was struggling just to work out how I had to fill in these forms, and getting continual rejections from the department.
And was anybody assisting you with these forms at the time?
Not during that 12 months. I thought, you know what, I'm military police, we do law, a little bit of law in there. Surely how difficult can it be to fill in these forms and start getting some medical help? Obviously a lot more difficult than what I anticipated. So, like I said, within 12 months, there was no more I could do. I had to, I did have to bring in a lawyer.
And when you did have contact with ComSuper, can you remember what the outcome of that dealing was, like what they concluded in terms of their assessment?
Yeah, their assessment was basically that there was nothing wrong with me, and that I was well enough to go and be a security guard. I'm not sure how I could be a security guard when they were discharging me being military police. There isn't a lot of difference in that, apart from the investigative skills on top that we have, that they come up with reasoning that I was quite capable of being a security guard or going back to driving Mack trucks for 10 or 12 hours a day on the road.
And were you involved in the process of that decision being made? Like, did anyone actually speak to you and ask you what it was like for you and how you were feeling about perhaps returning to work?
Not during that period of time, because unless they've accepted your claims, there is no help out there in between. There certainly wasn't back then. I know that they're trying to fix that now, but back then the only way I could get help was go to a legal representative. That was the only way. There was nothing else for me there, and I couldn't get the medical treatment either because I didn't have the money to pay for it. And being back in Tasmania, I had to bring up about 10 to 12 GPs and tell them I'm serving, I'm having problems with Department of Veterans Affairs and I need a GP. They wouldn't take me on. It took me about a year or so before I actually found a GP, and that was through others that are down here that are served. They will share their experiences and tell you what psychologists they go to, what psychiatrists they go to. Once I got locked into that circle where others were fighting the system, that did make my life a little bit easier because they were experiencing and they were a little bit more ahead of me in that game than what I was.
And then you make your first claim to DVA around January 2000, is that right? Around that period? And that was for like a middle back chronic pain
Yes, that's
claim?
correct, in Hobart. That is correct.
And was that claim accepted?
No, that claim was not accepted.
And what happened after, or do you know on what basis that claim was not accepted?
Because there was nothing wrong with me according to them.
And what did it mean for you that the claim was rejected?
For me, I just found it really, really difficult. That 12 months trying to fight them by myself without a legal representative, it was really, really difficult. I learnt very quickly after 12 months that there was just no way I could deal with this department.
And were you receiving any benefits? How were you surviving financially?
Yeah, so for me, Centrelink, I don't think I could get payments till June, if memory serves me right, because I'd obviously received my long service leave in the March that I got out in 2000. So I had that 3-month break, that was fine, but then I had to go onto a single mother's pension.
And when they rejected your claim, did they come to any conclusions about whether this was a mental health issue as opposed to a back injury?
Yes, so the medico-legal that I went to at the time had decided I was shell-shocked because my mother and father had separated when I was 13. Shell shock is obviously the new, what they now call PTSD. I found that absolutely absurd. I'd had a very good upbringing. My mother and father never argued, they just separated. They were very close, we had shared parenting. So for me, I found that really, really difficult, was that apparently I had shell shock because my mother and father had separated when I was 13.
And just going back to the ComSuper process, how did you make sense of the fact that you were coming out of the army, out of your service, where you were told that you were unfit, and then somehow you were told that you had a small degree of incapacity?
I found that very, very difficult, extremely difficult. I think there was just so much going on in that first 12 months, with claims being denied, with not getting the medical help that I needed. And that to me started to transpire what ended up within a couple of years of major depression alongside my physical disability. I found it really difficult to understand because to me I was just in so much pain, and it didn't matter what I did, and I was trying everything I could, even spending my own money getting the medical assistance I needed, doing alternative therapies and things like that. And so I had that fight with myself that I could not beat that either. I'd always been able to beat everything in my life. So for me, I found it really, really difficult. I completely and absolutely within 12 months lost control of my life.
And did DVA agree to paying some of the treatments that you wanted to undertake, like the cupping and the acupuncture?
Not back then until we got a claim approved. So back then I was just doing it myself. We had a Chinese practitioner that I had been to when I was 16. I'd had a slight neck injury that he had fixed. He's very well known in the Devonport area. He still does a lot of the acupuncture and the Chinese cupping, and he was working on me 2 or 3 times a week. But I just think it was difficult for me because not only did I have the physical disability, my head was spinning. It was absolutely spinning. I had no idea. 1 minute I had a career and within 6 months it was gone. I couldn't fend for my own children. So it was very, very difficult.
And did you have any contact with any kind of rehabilitation service? Did DVA offer any rehabilitation?
No, so not until I brought in a legal representative to fight them, and then so that I think took us over a year. I don't think they come in to assist until 2001 at some stage. And then, of course, I was offered the Commonwealth Rehabilitation Services then, and they also started paying for some medical stuff. Back then they did pay for the alternative treatment. They won't do it anymore. So even such things as, the Vietnam veterans getting a massage once a fortnight, those entitlements, they're not there anymore. They've removed them to save money. But you know what, even if they're not fixing the issue, what they'll do is give you a couple of days where you can breathe so the pain's not at 10 and it's sitting at about 7, and that gives you some breathing space. So back then they were doing that, and that was very helpful, and I'm very grateful. But we did not have the specialist down here in Tasmania really back then to be dealing with the condition that I had.
And in terms of your dealings with the Commonwealth Rehabilitation Service, can you tell the commissioners what happened during this time?
Yeah, so during the time of with the Commonwealth Rehabilitation Services, they had come to a conclusion, I think, within probably 3 to 6 months, that they believed I was malingering, all because one of their staff members had seen me walking out of a $2 shop with some bags in my arms, and they couldn't understand how I was sort of walking upright to start with, and my car was about 400 metres from that shop. By the time I got to my car, that I was bent over considerably because my back just couldn't handle any pressure. So, and it still can't. So, I can go and do swimming, but you can guarantee it doesn't matter if I swim 4 days a week, I'll never be able to do any more than about 20 laps in that swimming pool. It just retires. It's like I can go and put out washing and do a couple of loads, but you can guarantee if I've got to put out 6 loads, very difficult for me. It just burns out very, very quickly.
And during this time, was there anything else that was happening that, as a result of that person seeing you at the shopping
Yes,
centre?
so as a result of that day, the Commonwealth Rehabilitation Services and Veterans Affairs decided that they would put me under surveillance. And I have no idea why, because I wasn't working. So basically they did surveillance on me, I think 4 to 6 weeks, and they were doing that from a bush behind my back fence with the camera leads coming over that fence. And we're filming. I had big windows so you could see all through my kitchen and stuff. During that 6-week period, they were filming my children, they were filming my friends, and they were filming me from within inside my house.
And were they filming any private moments while you were in the house?
Yeah, so they were filming when there was an occasion where we were getting changed, and I had my girlfriends there, must have been trying on tops or something like that. So they filmed that. I also found their report when they finished their report, and we were able to obtain that report, that they had gone out into the local area to obtain information about me from people I had been to school with. I found that terribly intrusive, and quite frankly, there was no reason to do that video surveillance.
And did you find out whether or not they also were speaking to any of your friends without you knowing?
Yeah, so once I got that report, they'd obviously been speaking to people. They'd decided that in the report that I grew up looking, and I always grew up having a doughy look on my face. I found their comments quite personal, to be honest. Yeah, so that was difficult.
Can you tell the commissioners the relevance about the look on your face? What were they trying to do?
You know, when you read the report, they're saying, you know, I couldn't understand why I was running around with a hot water bottle so much. Obviously, a hot water bottle relieves the pain in your back, so there was a lot of always running around with a hot water bottle. And, you know, I think they said, you know, never seeing a smile, probably never seeing me smile because I was in so much pain at that point in time. So it was their personal attacks during that report I found quite confronting in what they were saying.
And when did you first find out about the surveillance?
It is, we found out about the surveillance through I believe it may have been a doctor's report not long after that, but it's quite strange because about 2 days before that, I also had my neighbour, I'd run into them on the other side of my fence, saying to me, I think someone's been out there taking pictures of your house off and on for the last 6 weeks. So, or during that 6-week period, it's really blurry to me at that point in time. I was taking a lot of pills, and I was in a tremendous amount of pain.
And what do you think the aim of that surveillance was? What were they trying to do you think?
I think the aim of that surveillance was so they could they didn't have to support me anymore, and they could remove me off payments and tell me that I was quite physically and psychologically capable of working.
And in your statement, you say that it felt like they wanted to kind of set a trap for you. Is that what you think was happening?
Yeah, I just found it really bizarre considering, you know, that I was having this surveillance done on me, but I was not working. I wasn't doing anything like that, and I just felt like with the department by then there was little trust left over. Even after that was sort of like a year and a half in, there was very little trust left with the department. Sorry, can you ask your question again?
I was just asking about, in your statement you talk about it was like a trap for you.
Yeah, so for me, I just felt like it didn't matter what I did with Veterans Affairs. Every time I asked for something, every time I tried to do something, it was just like they just put this brick wall up in front of me. I just found it really difficult. I did not start off well with the delegate that they gave me, and I ended up having that delegate for many, many years. For me, I felt I had abused her on the phone once or twice, like many others do, because it was not going well for me. And I believe she took that personal, and that played out on me for the next 7 or 8 years with her making my decisions. For me, that delegate played God in my life and made the next 10 years of my life absolutely miserable.
Thank you, Senator. And did the surveillance have any impact on your DBA entitlements?
Yes, so the surveillance did have an impact on my entitlements. If memory serves me correct, once we had received that, then we obviously had to put in a submission to them and explain about this video evidence. I can't remember exactly what happened back then. That did not go down well with me at all. And basically, between that and losing confidence in the Commonwealth Rehabilitation Services, I basically refused to go and see them, and therefore that was an excuse that would give them reasoning then to say, well, you're not following your rehab commitments, and therefore we're stopping your wages.
And so DBA ceased all your entitlements, is that right?
Yeah, DVA ceased all my entitlements.
What were you living on?
Well, the strange thing was then I had to go back to Centrelink. Centrelink decided that they were not going to put me on with all my medical evidence, that they would not put me back on a single mother's pension. They put me on disability support pension. So it's strange that one department realised how bad I actually was and the other one was doing everything it could, so it didn't have to admit liability.
And you were raising 2 young children at this stage?
And I was raising 2 young children at that stage.
And did you challenge that decision?
Yes, we challenged all their decisions over the years. We continually challenged those decisions. I think in the end I ended up with about 5 years on that disability support pension. But I think the biggest killer for me during that period of time is I could not get the medical treatment that I needed. I had a very old, lovely doctor, an anaesthesist back then. They dealt with chronic pain many years ago. They've obviously got systems built in now where we have specialist chronic pain management people out there. We certainly didn't have them back then. He was using the public system. He could see that I was really struggling. So I was able to, during that period of time, keep my private health as well. I don't know how. I was able to pay that, but I was able to keep that. They were picking up the tab. So he removed me out of the public system, put me in the private system, because every 3 months I was getting lignocaine and ketamine put into my body for a week while I was laying in hospital. That was about the only thing that was working for me. And even though that was only short-lived, each time I had those treatments, it at least gave me 2 or 3 weeks where I could actually breathe before the pain build-up, as I like to refer to it as, started to take control again.
And
During that period of time too, which I found very, very useful, sorry, I don't think I've mentioned this, I did a pain management course. That pain management course made me feel better because within an hour of being there, there was 12 of us and they were not veterans, they were just normal civilians. They had chronic pain and they couldn't work out. It made me feel better because I actually felt I wasn't alone by doing that course. There was actually other people out there suffering chronic pain and had no answers for that. That really assisted me doing that pain management course. I'm not sure if they're still doing them. They were big between 2010, 12. But I say to the Veterans Affairs, these pain management courses are worth their weight in gold.
Thank you, Senator. And at this time, you said that you challenged the decision. I know in your statement you talk about the DVA fight and that started, and you've alluded to that then. Do you recall that first review or appeal to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal? And can you remember anything about that period?
I do remember it took about 5 years to get to the AAT, so that was difficult in itself, being on the disability support pension. They were relying very, very heavily, the department was relying very, very heavily on the video material that they had obtained. So I did not deal very well with that AAT matter. I think I only lasted about half a day. Psychologically, I just couldn't handle it at all. So once again, I had legal representation, which I'm very grateful for. But yeah, it was very, very difficult, but it was the time that it took to do that AAT.
And the surveillance video arose during those proceedings?
Yes, although we had heard about the video surveillance before that, but yeah, that arose. I believed in a matter of minutes that was actually chucked out.
Thank you, Senator. And what was the outcome of that hearing?
Yeah, so that hearing went very favourably for me, and basically the judge at the time told DVA they will start to assist me. They will give me my back payments. They will start to do the right thing by me, which gave me some sort of relief. However, I have to say, I don't think they really took much notice. They knew that they had to pay me and they had to do the right thing, but to me they were still quite obstructionist for me after that AAT. Once again, I still had the same delegate.
And life after the AAT, what was that like for you?
So life after the AAT, I was given a rehab worker, which I'm very grateful for. She was extremely very good. She was not with the Commonwealth Rehabilitation Services. She was a private contractor herself. I also they started to use Botox and put Botox into my nerve pain. That was having significant value. That was helping me a lot. Unfortunately, about 12 months after receiving them every 3 months, the specialist in Launceston died in a skiing accident. And we just could not get anyone in Tasmania to put Botox in my back. It was very early days then. Do you think DVA would allow me to go to the mainland and get Botox shots to keep me upright? No. Did DVA give me any other choice, or was there any other choice for me apart from those shots back then? No, there was not. And then as well, the pain management specialist that I'd originally had, he had retired. So it was making it very difficult for me, and we still not had been given a cause of why I was running around in chronic pain.
And so after the AAT hearing, were your entitlements reinstated?
Yes, my entitlements were reinstated. Because that was paid to me in a lump sum, because it took 5 years to get to that point, it meant that I owed a debt to I know I owed a debt to Centrelink, which is my wages, which is fine. They have that back. That's their entitlement. But it also upset my tax A and B, because it was given to me in a lump sum instead of going over that 5-year period. So that had significant financial impact with me, and I ended up having to pay a lot of that back too over 5 years, when I should have, had they've done it correctly, just pay what Centrelink had been paying me for 5 years each fortnight and giving that back out of my wage. Like I said, that's acceptable. There's no problem with that. But it's the impact it had on the other pieces that you get on, $30,000, because you go to $30,000. I was still entitled to full A and B as a single mum with 2 boys. So a lot of that got chewed up and got lost.
And were you receiving any psychological help from a psychologist over this period?
Yes, I was very, very lucky. I had the same psychologist since, I think, at the end of 2002, the beginning of 2003, and I continued to see him up until 2015. I was quite heavily reliant on my psychologist, to the point that I had been seeing him. Once I became a senator, we had to wean me off a little bit. So, and I say that politely, but that's how it was done eventually. So we went to monthly, to 2 monthly, to 3 monthly. And as well as that, because I had been in the Rotary Health Clinic, I was also given a psychiatrist for that 4 or 5 years of trying to turn my life back around in 2009-10. And I was a regular visitor with him as well. I have to say, during that period of time, I think we counted there was 600 to 700 hours psychology and psychiatry to that psychologist and that psychiatrist. And I've said it to you before, I thank you dearly, because without all that, I would not be where I am today, and I sure as hell would not be a senator.
Thank you, Senator. And in paragraph 138, if I can just get you to turn to your statement on paragraph 138, it refers there to your psychologist, and the date there is 2001. Did you want to just correct that for the record today?
Yes, I will correct that, please.
And what date should it be,
It
Senator?
should be, I think, 2003.
Thank you, Senator.
I do apologise. It's just very, very blurry. Like, you're on a lot of painkillers. You're on a lot of anything from antipsychotics to... They're just throwing it at you. There's nothing unusual to be on, and I was on very heavy doses, absolute maximum.
And then, Senator, you then make a psychological claim to the Department of Veteran Affairs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And can you tell the commissioners what happened with that claim?
Yeah, so we put in a claim for major depression. For me, that meant going to a medico-legal. I think I find this very, very difficult, and they're still doing this, is that You have your own psychologist, your own psychiatrist, they've written a number of reports, you've seen them religiously over a period of time, and yet you go to one medico-legal who sees you for 15 minutes and says there's nothing wrong with you. That I found very, very difficult. They won't take any notice of the reports that have come from the other two that you've spent years with, and they take one where you've spent 15 minutes with someone that has not got all your documents either, by the way. Department of Veterans Affairs will sift through and decide what they are supplying to the doctors. So when you take yours in, they'll say, we've already looked at your documentation. And I say to them, may I see what you have been provided? So they have nitpicked or handpicked, the department picks what it wants the doctor to see, and they're actually not getting the right picture or the real picture or the big picture, should I say, of what is going on. So while you've got a pile of reports this long, they'll probably look at one or two reports that the department has sent them, and that is what they base their findings on.
And how often would you spend time with these people who are assessing you through DVA?
With the medico-legals, not much. They've already made their minds up before you walk in there. To me, that's what I believe anyway. They've relied on the evidence that the Department of Veterans Affairs has supplied them. They don't want to look at yours. And to me, going to medico-legals, they have already made their mind up.
And Senator, what was the outcome of that claim? Was it accepted or was it rejected?
That claim was rejected. So then we had to go and fight. Once again, we had to go and fight for that.
And so did you find yourself involved in another legal process?
Yeah, my whole 10 years of fighting Department of Veterans Affairs was a legal process in its own. Sometimes I'm very grateful I was so off my head on medications that I didn't have to deal with it. You get that bad that, you know, I couldn't even go to the letterbox. I'd walk up to the letterbox. It would take me 3 weeks because I knew every time I got a letter from Department of Veterans Affairs, it would be negative. And then, even then, you go to the letterbox, you'd sit on the bench until you had a few wines and you could cope with it. That could take me a week before I could actually open it, just to see once again that the claim had been knocked back.
And to the extent that you want to share how that made you feel when you would open a letter, what was that like at that time when you would open the letter and read it?
I found it devastating because I just could not. For me, it's just like they just would not cut me any slack. So every time that I got something from the department, it was just a knockback. It was knockback after knockback after knockback. And so for me, it was really difficult. And I was struggling financially too, which did not help. And that put a lot of pressure on us. So every time there's a knockback, you do years and years of knockbacks, sooner or later you're just going to be reduced to an empty human shell. And I can tell you, after 9 years of knockbacks, and even with the AAT telling them to start helping me, which they certainly didn't go out of their way, it was only on minimum that they would assist me. That was very difficult. You just can't keep getting knockback after knockback. Your doctors are saying there's something wrong with you. The medico-legals are going, there's nothing wrong with you. And that I found that really, really difficult, the whole transitional process going through that.
And then, Senator, 2 years after your first AAT appearance, or appeal, if I can call it that, you then find yourself involved in another AAT appeal. Can you remember what the outcome of that was? Did it settle or did it go to hearing?
Yes, so when I went to the AAT the second time, that was after I had tried to take my life. Basically, I needed some medical assistance. It was very, very difficult to get that medical assistance granted. During my suicide, I had lost a tooth. I had my leg pretty bungled up to a certain degree, so I actually, and I had a massive scar on my head, which I'd got laser for to reduce that scarring, and just fighting them over to pay for that. It was just really difficult. Basically, I ended up, I think, with about $2,000 The legal team ended up with 10,000, and of course, whatever it cost to the Commonwealth to continue to take me on at the Australian government solicitors there, an absolute fortune to give me $2,000 and still very little help.
So, Senator, if I could just clarify with you, there was a second AAT appeal that was regarding the rejection of your psychological claim. Is that correct? Perhaps you'd like to refresh your memory on paragraph 156 in your statement. And in paragraph 156 there, you say that you had to argue why your mental health condition. And it's correct, Senator, isn't it? That's before your suicide attempt.
Oh, okay. Yep, sorry. It's really blurry, the 10 years, and I'm sure that other people get this because it's just fight after fight after fight, and you are absolutely chock-a-block on pills, and you're in massive amounts of chronic pain. For me, that 10 years is very, very blurry. So, and then of course, during that period of time, there was a build-up of a lot of alcohol and drinking towards the end, which ended up bringing me unstuck.
Thank you, Senator. And that that claim for the psychological component of your health, that was the claim that ended up being settled, is that right?
That's correct.
And then in terms of rehabilitation after that, is it the case that you actually ended up finding a work placement yourself, not through DVA or through the rehab consultants, is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you tell the commissioners what that placement was, where it was, and what were you doing?
So, is it the Nick Sherry?
Yes.
Yes. So I actually had a rehab provider. She was very good. She wouldn't listen to what Veterans Affairs were telling her what to do, so I was very lucky there. She'd been in the game for a long time. I had an interest in politics because of what I'd been through and realised that the only way that we're going to be able to help veterans is to be inside the pie. That much I did know. So for me, I went around political offices I went to some things with her, and other times I'd just go out there by myself for a week. And I was very, very lucky at the time that Nick Sherry happened to be short on staff and was happy to give me a go, being a former military member, and give me a shot in his office so he could try and get me back on his feet. And I'll always be very grateful for that.
And were you able to stay there, or did something happen?
Yeah, so during that period of time, towards the end of that 6 months of return to work, I couldn't quite get to the end of it because that's when the Botox shots were removed from me, and then I couldn't get medical treatment I needed. For me, that was
Take your time, Senator.
that was very devastating for me because after 9 years, I finally thought I could get back into the workforce, get moving on with my life. And because I could not get those Botox shots, there was nothing else for me left. And that over that next 12 months or over that next 9 months, my life completely and utterly spiraled out of control because I went back to pre-days where there was just so much pain, and by then I'd lost all hope.
And in your statement, you talk about the dark times ahead, and only to the extent that you want to, Senator, what was life like for you during this time?
Life for me after that, having that taste of getting my life back on track and then having that taken away from me again, my mental health just deteriorated so badly over that next 9 months. I had completely given up on my life, pretty much basically. To me, I found it difficult to be able to give a reason to have a reason to continue to live, even for the sake of my sons. because I believed that I was doing them more damage than good.
And during this difficult time, this is when you had an attempt at suicide, is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. So that was about 10 months after I had left Nick's office. I knew I was gone about 3 weeks before that. I wrote my sons a letter each. But I knew for me, my time was up. There was no point, there was nothing left of me. After that, I had no fight left in me.
Thank you, Senator, and please take your time. You mentioned this before, and it was at this point then that you had another fight, if I can call it that, regarding the injuries that you sustained as a result of your suicide attempt, is that right?
Yes, I did have another fight. I have to say though, for me, I probably shouldn't say it this way, but for me trying to take my own life meant that they finally started to give me a helping hand. And that's when I started to get some really intense psychiatry things for the next 2 years in and out of a health clinic down at Rokeby for many weeks over that period of 2 years. And that actually started from going into that clinic. They were able to find me the doctors that I needed to assist me to help manage my chronic back pain.
And in terms of the fight to have to prove those injuries, what was that like for you?
I think, because by then I'd had the same lawyer for quite some time, so that for me, even though I had no trust with hardly anybody else, it was, even though they kept rejecting me, for me, I think that took a weight off my shoulders because I didn't really need to deal with that apart from see the rejections. So for me to be able to have that trust in a legal representative, I just could not deal with that. I couldn't deal with their stuff anymore. So I don't, even when I was on the sidelines for 2 years getting done under Section 44, I had to approach Department of Veterans Affairs on a couple of occasions because one, I was running on empty, and two, I needed medical treatment in Melbourne and I could not afford to pay it up front. So when I have to deal with them, me personally, I still go through Greg, or my legal representative here, because I still can't personally deal with my stuff. I can deal with other veteran stuff, but for me to deal with my stuff with them, I won't touch it.
And they were challenging those injuries, weren't they, do you know what the basis was on what they were saying about your teeth?
Yes, so for me, they were basically, for me, they weren't accepting that because I had been drinking when I tried to take my life, is that to me, they wouldn't accept that it was a suicide attempt.
And did they raise something about your teeth having been treated in the past or damaged in the past?
Yeah, so I damaged one of my teeth when I was younger in a horse riding accident. So because that was damaged, and the other one because of the attempt had knocked out one of my other front tooth, they wanted to argue over only paying for one tooth and leaving me without one. It was just all over a couple of grand, and this is what it come down to. So to push that far, and of course the laser treatment that I had and paid for, so I didn't have to look at the scar every day in the mirror. So it wasn't in my face, to try and reduce that a little bit. We fought over that. We basically fought over chicken feed.
And Senator, what was life like for you after this? Did you find that you could get back into trying to get back into your life, or how were you dealing with these knockbacks?
So for me, like I said, my life really turned around after my suicide attempt because for whatever reason, whether it was Veterans Affairs or whatever, I was put in that Rugby Health Clinic. The last day I had there was the last day I had, and I knew that was going to be my last day of that 2 years. I stayed there for 8 weeks. After finishing that 2 years and having a great pain management specialist in Hobart down here, Dr. Jackson, he was doing the derivation shots on me, so he'd removed me off the lignocaine and ketamine because I'd had well over 50 or 60 of them over a 7-year period. He was trying new innovative techniques, and that was working. That was working for me. So for me, it's like as soon as I had those derivation shots, I went home. That was towards the end of my last day at the clinic. I went home, and every pill that I had been on, I went cold turkey. I would suggest that's not a good idea, stopping all those pills that you're on and going cold turkey. You may want to, for the veterans out there listening, come off them slowly. That then put me in bed for about 5 months with chronic fatigue. So, but once I got through that and having that treatment on my back where I wasn't in so much pain all the time, that started to give me hope that this was really going to work and I was going to get back on my feet.
And at this time of feeling hopeful, were you engaging in any community services to get involved in the community?
Yeah, so for me, I just, just to go back into the early 2000s, because I was so reduced to basically nothing, I never really thought about faith or anything, but I did make a deal with God. If he could just give me a second chance at life, I'd fight like hell for the veterans because I could understand what was going on and they were not getting a fair deal. So the only way I could do that, and what I knew, the little bit that I did know about Parliament back then, is that I needed to be inside the pie. I needed to be in Parliament. So whilst I was repairing after I'd finished all my time in the clinic, I happened to run into a lady that was with the Country Women's Association. They wrapped cotton wool around me for about 12 months until I started to get my self-esteem back up and started to get quite positive. They spent a lot of time with me, those Devonport Country Women's Association women, not just in meetings, but they were coming around to my house and making sure I was staying upright. From there, I was able to build that confidence over 12 months and then join Rotary, which was great. And I also realised at the same time, because I had been out of the game for so long, for that 10 or 12 years, and I needed to speak, that I also went and did rostrum or Toastmasters. I also went and joined the Burnie Chamber of Commerce, and I did that because I knew that I was going to have a run at politics. But I didn't know much about business, and I knew that the Burnie Chamber of Commerce couldn't afford to pay someone to go out 2 or 3 days a week, did not have money to do that, to have representatives. So they were very good to me. I was an independent running then, and so they allowed me to wear my jacket as an independent so people knew who I was. And over a 3-month period, I was able to more than double their membership at the Burnie Chamber of Commerce and get my confidence up because I was around business people all the time. From that, they could see what I was doing. I have to thank the people of Burnie. So when there were events and that on, they would ask me to go. And they started actually seeing me. I don't think many of them thought I was actually going to end up in politics. I think they thought it was a long shot, but they were very good to me. So that started to build my confidence up, that's where I started to be able to bounce back.
And was it around this time that you then started considering joining a political party, setting up your own political party? What was that process?
Yeah, so for me, I was going under anyway with my house. I sold my house out because years and years of that, fighting DVA, I can certainly tell you I was financially behind. I had no com super left because I had to take that out to fight them. That's another story in itself. So I walked out and sold my house so I didn't go under, otherwise I would have had to go bankrupt. So I took the 80 grand out of that, whatever was left out of that, and I decided I was going to use every cent of that money to fight my way into politics. So I started out as an independent. I went out and spent about 3 grand getting my car all done with Jackie Lambie all over it and getting some business cards. And that's what I did. I just kept going on and on. By doing that and joining the chamber and Rotary and that started... that helped to rebuild me greatly and giving back obviously giving back to, giving service back, especially with Rotary. You know, I think the first year I was in rodeo, the second year, there was a young boy in there that was very, very sick, and we managed to raise $70,000 for him. I was able to raise about $15,000 of that because I knew my self-esteem was that I would make myself go to 2 football games on a Saturday afternoon to help rebuild myself and stand in front of grandstands and ask people to put money into the tin and yell out in front of these grandstands. That helped greatly, but I can tell you the first day I did it, I was shaking. I got in and out of the car. I didn't want to do it, but once I took that initial step, that was quite amazing. And from doing that on a Saturday afternoon over 12 weeks, I could raise anywhere between $1,000 and $1,500 in the tin. The last game was always better because the blokes always had more to drink, so you went over to the bar and made sure they put the cash in the tin.
Thank you, Senator. And was DVA still in your life at this point?
DVA was still in my life, whatever that meant, but they weren't rehabilitating me. All right, I'd given up on them doing it. I'm doing it myself. So that's what I did, and we did that. I had my psychologists and GPs could see that they were, when I had to deal with them, that was an issue, and that pushed me back down. So they were doing everything they could to cover my butt and trying to keep DVA away from me because they could see what I was doing to rehabilitate myself was actually working. Nothing that they did actually did work.
And was there an issue about you working and entitlements and having to kind of repay some kind of debt around this time?
Yeah. What number is that?
It's just at paragraph 219, Senator, if you'd like to refresh your memory. And you may have mentioned the issue about ComSuper.
So what was your question?
About the overpayment.
Oh.
Would you like to say something on that? Was that the time that you were doing your political campaigning?
Yeah, so
Can you recall when the entitlements ceased for you once you were free from DVA?
I think with the overpayment occurred because I had to take my superannuation out. So not only did I lose 42 or 40 cents, 44 cents of the dollar out of that because it was over the threshold. That then caused, because I got my ComSuper out to try and survive on and try and catch up on 12 years, is that then caused an overpayment. Then DVA sent me a bill saying, well, you've had your ComSuper out and now you're going to owe us this. I probably need to get my legal team to explain that properly. That's a bit blurry for me. So
that's fine, Senator. That's absolutely fine, Senator. I think you've answered that perfectly well. Would you like to tell the commissioners how those 10 years for you in terms of those long and difficult dealings with the Department of Veterans Affairs impacted on your family? To the extent that you would like to.
Yep. For my sons, it was very difficult to see their mother going from someone fully fit in a short period of time to being reduced to pretty much nothing. For my eldest son, probably didn't impact him as much as my youngest son, and reason being is that my eldest son was extremely good at sports. So he was with the AFL Academy, he was track and field, he had a lot of good men in those clubs around him, so he had father figures around him all the time. because he was at training straight after school and I didn't see him till 7 or 7:30, and then he was out playing sports weekends. I think that the impact was not as much on him, but what that meant was my youngest son had to step up and be my carer. My youngest son started taking drugs by the time he was, sorry.
Senator, please take your
Yep.
time.
From that, I could see, so that was when my youngest son was about 8, that he took that commitment on. My son was great in the house. He's very good with his hands. You know, he was mowing the lawns by the time he was 9 or 10. He could service a car by the time he was 10. He started from that impact of my son when he left the house. He let his hair down because he no longer, so I had this boy that was the sweetest little boy inside the house, would do anything. And then I think for him, as soon as he walked out that front door to be around his mates, that was his time. And I think he really struggled with that. My son was taking drugs by the time he was 13. We had him in headspace, or what we call CAMS, down here from the time he was about 12. We were spending a lot of time in the courts because of his behaviour problems. He basically didn't go to school after year 8. And my son has struggled ever since, when we thought he was, once he could see, I could see some light in him once I started to get back on my feet and he could see that. But unfortunately for my son, he was thrown up against a brick wall when he was 18 outside of a nightclub, and that sent an aneurysm, ran to the left side of his brain and has done frontal lobe damage. So just when we thought my son was turning his life around, from that, obviously, and I've spoken about before, then came the ice and dealing with that. But for my youngest son, he has really struggled during his life. And I do put that impact, the reason that is because of what he had to go through with me. And that has had a massive impact on him. I can tell you now, if you ask him what he thinks of Department of Veterans Affairs, he will tell you and say it straight to your face, he hates their guts. And he will still do it, and in a tone that is scary. That is how much impact it has had on my son.
And Senator, my last question, how has all of this impacted on you?
I think, once again, because I had so many hours of psychology and psychiatry, that has helped. I can sit here and dwell on the fact that I lost 10 years of my life, and I can go back and say, gee, I wonder if the department had actually helped me from day one, whether that would have occurred. On the other hand, from where I was to where I am today, I'm very grateful that God has given me a second chance at life, and that I have somehow been able to swing that around. I do know that the first couple of years in politics was very difficult for me because I had been out of the workforce for nearly 13 years by the time I got into politics, and I look at every day and just be very grateful because I'm one of those people that is not still stuck in that rut, and that I was able to come out the other side and be as successful as I was and be a senator and do what I told them I would do. Is when I got a second chance at life and had an opportunity that I would do everything I could to take that department down. So quite frankly, I can sit here and dwell on it and get upset about it, or I can say I'm very lucky. I'm one of the lucky people who have served that has gone through the mill with them and come back out the other side and been able to turn their life around.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioners?
I understand we're breaking for lunch for half an hour.
Yes,
And
Senator.
we'll resume after that then.
Yes, yes, Commissioners.
Okay,
Thank
thank you, Ms. Lamy.
All rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned until 12:30. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide has resumed. Please be seated.
Thank you, Ms. Bridget. Before we start, I neglected to mention before we break for lunch, we understand how difficult it can be for people to hear this evidence, and we understand that. I just want to remind everyone, for those who are here, we do have counselling support available. Please make yourselves known to any of our staff, and they can assist you if you want to talk to anyone. For those who are watching virtually, you can access all of those services through our website. Please do so if you are struggling with the evidence. Thank you.
Commissioners, we adjourned just before my last question to Senator Lambie. And Commissioners, you may have some questions, and then following that, Senator Lambie's counsel has some questions for her.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Senator Lambie, thank you very much for your evidence. I have two questions. One is, you said early on in your evidence that you had the same delegate for about 7 or 8 years in DVA. And you described, I think from what you were saying, a somewhat adversarial interaction. Were you able to ask for a change in delegate?
I'll be honest with you, I cannot remember whether I did or not. I didn't have, I got a really great delegate in the end because they put me in this special, not sure what they called it back then, a special group for those of us, and they keep changing the name of it, that are quite difficult, in difficult circumstances, difficult to deal with. And until I was put in there and had been given a new delegate, that actually made a significant difference as well. But that wasn't until after my attempted suicide. So once I got a new delegate then and got put into that special unit back then, that really helped significantly. She was extremely proactive. I think her name, anyway, she was extremely proactive, and I had her for the next 2 years, and she was wonderful. By having a delegate that actually knew their stuff and actually cared and went out of their way, that was a big, for me, that gave me a big opportunity to start turning my life around as well. So it just seemed to be that, yeah, once I was put in that group, once I was getting the psychological help that I needed, and once I was getting the pain management treatment that I needed, I was able to, over that couple of years, I was able to get on with my life. The thing is with that special unit is that you don't deal with anybody else, and they will chase. So if you've got claims going on, if you've got doctor's appointments, so that took a great deal of weight off my shoulders by having that unit there. So, like I said, I think they've only got limited funding, so there's only many that they have, but having that special unit there actually helped me greatly.
So I guess that just emphasises the importance of that interaction with the DVA delegate or unit, whatever, but how significant that can be to the outcome for people.
Yeah, I think what it goes to show is that, to me, by having a delegate, I'm not sure how they remain unchecked as much as what they do, but by having a delegate where you fall out with to begin with, that has so much impact on your life. I don't understand how you can go to a rehabilitation service and you're supposed to be able to trust they're doing the right thing, yet your delegate from Department of Veterans Affairs and the rehab service, instead of doing what they should be doing, which is giving you every bit of effort they can to get you on your feet, has got nothing better to do than to try and take you down and say there is nothing wrong with you.
Thank you. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
Thanks from me too, Senator, for your evidence. I've only got one question. It really relates to what might have been the origin of your back injury, which if you look at paragraph 38 of your statement, sounds like one where perhaps you were taking on more than your fair share of carrying weapons and carrying, well, what should have been an ammunition box. Mm-hmm. Was there anybody there to try to rein you in a bit?
I think for me, you just get on with it, so...
I know, I can understand your attitude, but I was wondering whether there was somebody, of superior rank who might have observed what you were doing and thought perhaps, you're taking on too much there.
I think there was about half a dozen of us taking on too much. It was the only way we could get to the end of the line. So you don't sort of think about that, I don't think. You're not complaining when you're doing it. You know it's hurting you, but the last thing you're thinking about is it's just about to take 10 years of your life off you. I think the other thing is, no, I don't think it's come out in this. Before I did that exercise, it was about 6 months beforehand, in another unit, I actually pulled a muscle doing a push-up, and I went and had some physio then, and that didn't quite clear up. So that injury, even though it was nearly, I think we had nearly fixed that by doing that, by putting all that equipment on it. It never actually had time to recover. So no, you just go out there and you do them by your mates. You can see others are struggling. So you pick up the heaviness of it all. If you've got your mates over here and they're struggling carrying their equipment, then you go. That's the way the army works. You go out and help them out, and you pick up what you can to lighten their load.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator. I just have one very brief question, and I think most of my thoughts will probably go towards when we discuss your views about what can be improved and recommendations. But in relation to your appearances before the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, what sort of representations did DVA have and Australian Government solicitors? They had lawyers obviously representing them. I'm just wondering, was it a team? Do you recall? You may not recall. It is some time ago. But
No, I don't recall. It's all that legal stuff going through there, because I was just on so many pills. I think when you go through my documents, over that 10 years, I'd been on 50 different pills, not to mention at times 7 or 8 different ones combined. I found that really, really difficult. So I'm sorry, I don't remember.
there's no need to apologise. I understand. There's no problem. Mr. Black, any matters you want to raise at this stage?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. I did have a few questions for Senator Lambie, just to give her an opportunity to elaborate on a few aspects of her statement, if I may.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Senator, could I just take you back to your discharge from the Army? And in terms of timing, I'm looking at paragraph 59 of your statement. You spoke about the injury with the flak jacket in September 1999. You then talk about being back in Tasmania by Christmas 1999 and discharged by March 2000, so a fairly quick process. Looking back on it, do you feel that things might have been different if you had a longer period in the Army in that discharge process before being discharged into civilian life?
Yeah, so I think for me, one of the most difficult struggles through it all is not only you're physically and psychologically going down the gurgler really quickly, you're now under financial strain as well. So from the time that financial strain, you actually never make back over years because it just takes more and more off you. That is worse today than what it was back then. We're now looking at 2 years for these guys just to get their claims to a delegate. I find that the men feel it even more because they're physically and psychologically, they are so far gone they can't contribute, especially those ones with families. And not only that, they can no longer financially contribute, so that isn't nearly enough to push them over the edge after a period of time. The thing is, with defence, and I know that they are doing this for some of them, it is a hit and miss. They are trying to keep them in for as long as they can to a certain degree. They realise this is a real issue. I'd like to see that much bigger than what they're doing. But the problem is there, it's a catch-22. I didn't need to back then, which probably helped me out. But if you are psychologically ill and they're saying to you, you're on sick leave, when they hang on to them for a period of time, you've still got to go on base and report. And that in itself, going back and looking at that uniform every day, there is actually no need for it. If you have a sick leave, certificate and you're at home, I don't know why you need to go back on base and report. For me, even once I left, I didn't have to go back and report for that following 3 months, but what it did was actually leave me under a great deal of financial strain by about June or July that year while I was trying to fight Department of Veterans Affairs.
Thanks, Senator. And then, look, once you initially started to receive DVA payments, at paragraph 84 of your statement, you refer to the Commonwealth Rehabilitation Service occupational therapist who went out to your house to do a home assessment as part of your rehabilitation program. And I just wanted to ask, is this the same person who was then involved in instigating the surveillance video that you spoke about earlier? So if you look at paragraph, sorry, just to refresh your memory, if you look at paragraph 85 as well, you go on to refer to how that started. And I just wanted to ask you if you wanted to comment on what impact, if any, that person's involvement, both as your rehabilitation provider, but then later also as the person obtaining the surveillance video or being instrumental in obtaining the surveillance video, what impact that had on your trust and confidence in the system?
Yeah, first of all, financially it had a massive impact on me because I'd already been fighting from the time I got out of defence, I think 9 months or 10 months for Veterans Affairs to pay me, and then I think it was about 9 months I was with the Rehabilitation Service where I was getting paid, and then that was all taken off me again for another 5 years while I was living on a disability support pension. But I think what was probably more difficult than the financial situation was that these people are supposed to be there to help you, and in the meantime they're sending video surveillance round to your house, and you're already stuck in a situation where you are starting to not trust anybody. So when they do things like this, the trust part, it's all over. It is all over. They're supposed to be there to provide a service. Your service is to help us get back on your feet. And when you're working in the opposite direction, to actually pull you down where you can't get back on your feet, between that and the department, trust was one of my... When I went into Parliament, that first couple of years, that had such an impact on me, to a point. One of the reasons I left Palmer United Party was I had no trust in Clive Palmer. Not because of anything that Clive Palmer did, because Clive Palmer was aware of my past and was doing everything he possibly could to help me out to get back on my feet. He could see that I was really struggling. It's because that trust, I didn't trust anyone. I didn't trust anyone. The other thing with going through that for such a long period of time is you end up in a bubble because you don't trust your parents. You don't know, your head is that foggy that you push everybody away from you. And that is, I mean, when you cannot deal with yourself, I don't know how your kids and your parents are supposed to deal with you. That trust was a very big thing. It took me a very long time to get back to having trust in people and not actually believing that they were always up to something. So it is a significant effect that it has with the word trust and what it does. Because one of the things you do in your military service is all about trusting each other. And if you're in the middle of a war, you've got to trust each other so you can come out of it alive. It's as simple as that. And when you have so much belief in that trust and it is taken away from you, like that, regaining that was one of the last and hardest things I had to regain and install back into my, basically into my system.
Thank you. Can I also ask, you spoke earlier about your sons and including the degree to which they sort of took on a caring role, and particularly your youngest son. You mentioned in your statement at paragraph 94 that at the time of the video in 2001, they were aged 8 and 11. Had their caring role commenced at that time?
Basically from their caring role pretty much started on me from I guess about that March, April of 2000. So it actually, it pretty much started, they had no choice, they had to step up to the plate. So, so as soon as I was discharged, that was, to them, that was normal procedure, that they basically had, they were my carers, especially the youngest one.
Thank you. Now, you also spoke earlier about the 5-year fight that you had during the first AAT proceedings, and it doesn't necessarily need to be called up, but you discussed this in your statement starting at paragraph 112 and following. And I just wanted to give you an opportunity to comment on the financial side of that, because you've told the Commission that you were receiving the disability support pension from Centrelink, but did you have a mortgage to pay or debts? What was happening at that time?
Yes, so I have to give it to my oldest son, who did very well with moving money around over a 10-year period. It was amazing how we never went under beforehand. I'll give him that much. But I was just so fogged all the time. My oldest son was doing our finances. When you are in a fight in 5 years like that, when you are fighting department, first of all, you have to pay for anything that you're fighting against them with. You have to pay for medical reports. For others out there, they've got to pay legal fees. I was quite lucky, didn't have to really do much about that. That was taken off my thing until much later on, so I didn't need to worry about that. But many veterans have got to pay for that as they're going along if they don't get the right lawyers. So between having to pay for that, trying to pay for treatment, that becomes very, very difficult. I was very sort of lucky in a way. I was able to lower my costs slightly because I had to come to and from Melbourne on a few occasions, and my former partner and his wife used to take a couple of days off and run me around to my medical appointments to get what I needed to get, and I used to stay at their house. But trying to find that money is remarkable. I can assure you, I had a credit card, and over that 5 years, I think every 6 months I was going back to say, give me another 5,000, give me another 5,000 credit, give me another 5. If I had not had my credit card, I would not have been able to do all that stuff. So it is very, very difficult when you're fighting a bureaucratic system, trying to use your own money, and you're running around on disability support pension and the impact. Now, you do that over 5 or 6 years, you're never going to make up ground with that. It didn't matter which way I turned with the Department of Veterans Affairs or the Australian Government Solicitor or ComSuper, I could just not catch a break. So everything that I had earned, I thought I was doing pretty well at 28, having like 130,000 super in my superannuation and thinking I'm doing pretty good here. About to buy, put a deposit down for a house and things like that. I can tell you I never started to recover from that until I got into the Senate. And by then I was absolutely broke.
And so at paragraph 133 and following of your statement, when you talk about life after that first AAT, and you mention, of course, getting the DVA back payment, what about, though, the interest costs on that credit card and those sort of expenses? Are they things that you were ever able to recover?
No, so you don't recover your finances, not by going through something like that. You just don't recover. You don't recover them. You don't. Yeah, I think when you're that desperate, know you're going to lose most of your super if you take it out, or half your super or 44% of it or whatever. But you're going to go and take it out because it's the only way that you can live. It's the only way that you can rehabilitate yourself, because let's face it, DVA, we're not doing a good job, and you're prepared to put every last cent you can behind yourself. you know, it's a big risk to take. And to tell you the truth, the only person that believed that I was going to actually make it into the Senate was me. I don't think anybody else did. I just had faith. If I had not got into the Senate, that was the end of me, unless, you know, no doubt I would have had to go back to doing 4 hours as a checkout chick or whatever I'm doing. So, yeah, so it's to throw everything at it.
Okay, and well, in relation to that period where you were embarking on your first run for the Senate, initially, how did you fund that?
So for me, I used whatever I had left in my bank. I sold my house. I think I said earlier on, and that left me with about 80,000 after I paid out all the bills. I never, you know, I never owned the house. The bank did. That's what I had left. So I used my own money to do everything I possibly could to get where I needed to. I found it absurd that when I was running as an independent trying to rehabilitate myself, the department sort of stepped back and left me alone. As soon as I started to appear on Clive Palmer's ads on TV, the department come back after me again and said basically, right, you're fully rehabilitated and we're not paying you anymore. Well, I'm still trying to rehabilitate myself and get back on my feet. That was really difficult, and then basically threatened to say to me, while you've been rehabilitating yourself, you could have been working instead, and to come back after me for, I think, just on 12 months worth of wages.
So you mentioned that at paragraph 223 of your statement. And in fact, you refer to getting correspondence from DVA's lawyers, is that right?
Yes, that is correct. So, yes, so once I was elected, their point was, basically once again you're rehabilitated. They tried to, request, so they ceased incapacity payments, even though I could not get, I had to sit on the sidelines until the following June. It was going to be very difficult. I was still rehabilitating myself and trying to get back on my feet, as I said, especially when I went into the Senate. That first couple of years I was really struggling with getting back on my feet. I can go in and could fight them again and end up in the AAT. I was very, very lucky that between my advice legally and Clive Palmer actually having a gutful of Department of Veterans Affairs and the way they had treated me, and what he could see is that he matched dollar for dollar, so I could say to them, go away, because he could see that the harm that they were doing. So Clive paid me fortnightly what DVA paid for the next 8 or 9 months, and I worked for the party so I could continue to rehabilitate myself and get ready to go in as a senator. They were not prepared to do that. They were prepared to shut me down then, let me hang out for another 9 months. I had nothing financially left, by the way. I was dead broke. The whole time, it's just that whole brick wall, just bang, bang, bang. No matter that you're out there, you're trying to help yourself. I don't understand why other people can see that, but the department cannot.
Now, Senator, that also wasn't the end of your involvement in AAT proceedings. You mentioned at paragraph 246 some further issues that arose in relation to a journalist trying to access your documents. Could you just explain to the Commission what that was about?
So, because I had had media write my story without getting into the full details, but like the Mercury down here, very, very good. They gave me a shot when I first got in, so people got to know who I was. I had to tell my story in the middle of their thing, a two-pager. From that, because it had I used some of my medical stuff that had happened to me during that 13 years and what had happened to me in showing everyone the big picture. Some reason a journalist thought he had the rights to come after my full medical file and after my, you've got a lot of psychiatric reports in there and stuff like that. So the AAT decided that we should proceed with that. That cost me 20 grand to shut that down. That was when I first come in as a senator, and worry about whether or not all my medical documents were going to be thrown out there for everybody to see and read. The unfortunate person that did that to me, and I wish they weren't in the AAT, and I do not believe that they should. If you are former military and you're an AAT commissioner, then maybe you should not be listening to anybody else's military stuff. Because quite frankly, when I have a serving RSL national president that made me go through that, and I'm sitting there watching who that person is now, I tell you what, it is absolutely heartbreaking. So for me, financially, it's been an absolute wrecking ball. Right to the very end, where it's like, surely someone can see that a journalist does not have a right to your full folder from Department of Veterans Affairs. And this still has not been fixed. So seriously, when you've got to sit in there and pay a barrister and go back through your stuff again and go, no, they can't see that, they can't see that, extremely harmful, extremely harmful.
And was there any capacity to recover the money that you spent on that process?
No, there is no capacity for me to recover that process. I took that complaint to the former Senator or Minister, George Brandis, at the time, and asked him if he could please fix that as the Attorney General, and that has never been fixed. So for the journalists out there, they can still go open slather, I guess, if they're going after someone's medical file and just see whether or not they can have access to whatever they want out of that file.
So you mentioned there also an issue about ex-military or RSL persons being on tribunals or
Yep.
decision-making bodies. What's the concern that you have there?
My concern is when they're out there, they're not diggers, by the way, they're officers. My concern is the same with what I believe is going on in the military. And what me going through the military is that first and foremost, it is always the institution before anything else, and that is ingrained in them. So when I've got former or still serving members in reserves that are listening to my story and my complaint, and I look back now and know what I know now, I would have asked the tribunal to put somebody else in there, and I don't think it's always working in our favour when military are hearing your own. We're seeing what goes on in DVA. You've got commissioners in there that have come over from the military, and they think because they've had military service, they're great to serve in Department of Veterans Affairs. And I can assure you, they are not. Because once again, especially for them, they are ingrained, they are institutionalised. It is always, and no matter what cost, the institution first.
Thank you, Senator. Then, before Councillor Slisting moves on to some broader issues, can I just ask you this? Obviously, a lot of service personnel, both current and former, will be listening to you today. Some of them have come forward to this Royal Commission, but many haven't. Do you have any message that you wanted to say to them?
I do, thank you. I want to say to you guys out there, we've worked really hard over 10 years and it's taken a lot of people to get this Royal Commission. We've had 17 inquiries in 17 years. There is nothing else left for you. This is the pinnacle. If you do not come forward now and tell your stories, even if you do not want to do it for yourselves, do it for your mates. And because there is nothing else left, if we do not fix it this time, we will never, ever fix it. I'm asking you to find the courage, whether you are serving or whether you're out. You need to come forward because this is it. There's nothing else. It is now or never. So please, come forward and tell your stories.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. That's all the questions I had.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Ms. Bridget.
Commissioners, I just have one question. It's just a clarification for the Senator before I ask the Senator about her recommendations. You were just asked some questions about the AAT Deputy President and that process, and I just want to clarify this one point, Senator, if I may, and it's at 252 of your statement. It's correct, isn't it, that the AAT Deputy President of Tasmania the Tasmania Tribunal, that was the person that was listening to hearing your matter, is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes, and that person was the National President of the RSL as well.
That person now is the National President of the RSL.
Thank you, Senator. In terms of recommendations and concerns, there are a number that you would like to share with the Commissioners. They're not in your statement, so I will assist you if you like, Senator.
That'd be great.
And please feel free to just speak to them in general terms and very briefly, if you like.
Yep.
In terms of the leadership within the Department of Veterans Affairs, do you have any concerns or recommendations regarding leadership?
I have a lot of concerns referenced leadership, especially after 9 years under the Liberal Party, and I'm not going to try and make this political, and I think this is pretty much out in the open, but when you are not putting in people in there, especially commissioners, based on merit or based on credit, and you are picking your own friends to go in there, that is extremely detrimental to the department. I think you know, when you have a family commissioner in there and that person puts their hand up to run for the Liberal Party in the last election, I think that just goes, and she's also chosen by the Prime Minister to be in that position, in a very honourable position with a lot of families out there hurting a lot. That trust that she's expecting to have at her, that has eroded. When you've had former military in there that have buggered up in their own careers and you scurry them out at midnight and make them in commissioners or secretaries of the department, this is why we're in the predicament that we're in. So I don't just blame those people, I actually blame the Liberal Party, and I've been very clear about this, and this happens all over politics, but when you are picking people in those high profile positions and you're putting them there because they're mates, instead of using the right process and putting the right people in those positions, then it is always going to come unstuck.
And Senator, do you have any concerns or recommendations regarding Department of Veteran Affairs staffing issues?
You cannot. It takes probably about a year to train a delegate, just at a basic level, okay? For them to get really comfortable, they've got to deal with a lot of stuff. I know that because we deal with it in my office, and many people have not just one or two claims, they have a lot of claims that they've got to deal with. Unfortunately, last I checked, I think it was 44% are contractors that come in, and those contractors, they move them around every 6 or 12 months. There's no stability in the department. That was due for cutbacks. That was really, really stupid, and I actually believe that it's cost the Department of Veterans Affairs a lot more financially than what it would have done had we have just had public servants in there full time, so they get that experience. That has been absolutely diabolically, when it comes to Veterans Affairs, having that 44% that are just like a revolving door. And obviously, if you've got a great contractor in there, so you're changing over, so then you've got another person working on your file. They can't operate like that. You just can't. I mean, you're dealing with someone in Western Australia one day, you're dealing with someone in Queensland the next day. God, where's the one delegate that has your one file that you go to that does everything? That's what needs to be done, and that is not done.
Thank you, Senator. And in terms of, you briefly mentioned this before about your concerns about, and it was a call to defence members and veterans to come and speak out. Do you have any recommendations or concerns regarding speaking out and any ramifications around disclosures?
Yeah, obviously I'll speak on this further on down the track. But right now, in defence, if you speak out, and I've got some highly ranked officers at the moment who are sitting in mental health institutions because they have tried to speak out about their diggers, and the institution is killing them. These guys, they know if they come forward and they get found out, there is going to be retribution. And that is why you are not getting defence members to come forward. I don't give a stuff what the CDF says on his nice piece of paper to come forward, because nobody believes anything he says. And that is because of the culture right now that is going on in the military. As soon as you speak out, it is over. It is over. And when you're seeing high-ranking officers that are speaking out for their diggers and the military trying to take them out, and I'm not just talking about one or two here, I think that says everything about the military's institution as I can possibly say. I don't know how you fix that, but seriously, those diggers out there, they don't feel it's free to come here and speak to the Royal Commission.
Senator, the Royal Commission has heard evidence about a culture of silence. Is this what you're talking about, a culture of silence?
Yeah, it is a culture of silence, and it's not being done very, it has always been a culture of silence. That's institutionalised, that's ingrained in there. But to even know that there is now a Royal Commission, and there's still great fear that if these diggers come forward, I know there's officers out there that would like to come forward, but if they come forward, they know what I do. It's over for them. Because sooner or later, even if you have them in camera, word will get around that they attended this Royal Commission. And it is a big problem. And I'm sorry, I don't have a solution how you're going to fix that.
And Senator, do you want to, again, you briefly mentioned this in your lived experience about treatment and accessing treatments. Is there anything you'd like to say in terms of a recommendation or concern about the effectiveness of accessing or competing for medical specialist services?
Yes, so you can have the NDIS, they pay more for psychologists and psychiatrists than what DVA does. So you have very limited medical specialists and practitioners out there because we're paying at the Medicare level and not extra. So they, you have quite a reduction of specialists out there, whether it's physical, psychological, or whatever, because they're just not being paid the rate that is required to be paid. And therefore, you know, that's what you'll see GPs out there that just go, I can't take on these veterans anymore because, one, they've got a phenomenal amount of claims. The GPs do not have time to deal with them and they're not getting paid any extra. A specialist report, I mean, we're already down on specialists in this country. You've got to wait months for a specialist report, and that's not because of the specialist. That's just reality of it.
Senator, you mentioned your concern or recommendation about leadership within the Department of Veterans Affairs. Did you want to say anything about the role of ministers within Department of Veterans Affairs?
Yeah, so just so you've got a very clear picture on how it works, I think I've had to deal with 6 or 7 during my time up there. This is how it works. The secretaries run the department. You have such a revolving door of ministers. They've got no idea because it's so complex. They're happy to take their titles, but to actually get in there and get the job done, that's been really detrimental to us in the last 10 years. Very, very detrimental. As a matter of fact, the best person that I've had in there so far has been Andrew G, and he was only in there for a short period of time. And I'm sure you've heard his evidence, but not even he could not knock down the door of Veterans Affairs. He could not get in there. So their resistance to be open and honest with the ministers as they're coming through, they're just not doing that. The minister is the minister and that is all. The minister does not go in there and change anything because the commissioners have way too much power, and that is a massive issue.
Thank you, Senator. And just going back about medical and specialist and psychiatric services, did you want to say anything about inpatient psychiatric services?
Yeah. So I know this is sort of run between the Commonwealth and the states, but we have a really big problem here, and I think the Commonwealth should pick up the bill on this. But right now, when it comes to Ward 17s, the Keith Pain centres, they are limited on, you can't just knock at the door there and show up and get in. It just does not work like that. That is a problem within itself. We have nothing here in Tasmania, as I'm sure you've already heard. I usually have to get them into the Ward 17, or I have to send them up there to the Keith Pain Centre. I certainly know that the SOS and the Commandos were using not in a centre, but were using a retreat up at Byron Bay, and good for them, that was working. They could get that treatment, and that's wonderful. But seriously, when you are having to tell a mental health institution that is supposed to be taking veterans, and you can't get them in the door, and you're threatening to get on a plane and bring a hoochie over there and a heap of TV cameras to get people in, because that's where I'm at, then we have a problem. We have a problem that even our mental health institutions that are supposed to be helping us have limited numbers, and I cannot get those guys into those beds.
Senator, you have mentioned this about the financial hardship, both on you and your family and the impact on that. Do you have any recommendations, or do you want to raise any concerns about when payments are received by veterans and anything relating to the delay of that and how that could impact someone?
Yeah, so for me, like I said, that because it is now, the claims process is like the worst I've ever seen it, looking at 2 years before it gets to a delegate. Someone's got to step in here, someone's got to step in the middle of it. And quite frankly, since the Defence Force has got them to that point and broke them, then maybe it's about time the Defence Force put them on permanent leave, so the pressure's coming from Department of Defence to get their claims done a lot quicker, because quite frankly, they're not pushing hard enough. But you cannot put your diggers out there on the street and expect that, and they know what I do, that it's taking 2 years to get those claims through, and nobody's paying them. Somebody has to fill in this gap. I'm not sure if you understand this, but commanding officers are expected to have a level of manning where they have so many that are medically fit. If it goes below that, not only are they looked at and under instruction, if they go below that, it means they're going to discharge those guys that are on their last legs as quickly as possible, because the way their manning's got to look. I don't give a stuff about their manning, to be honest. But if you are not fit and you're going to be thrown out, Defence, you broke them, work it out. But waiting for these guys to get, this is part of the reason they're taking loss. This is a big part of the financial one. Defence just can't say, that's it, go deal with DVA. Someone's got to do something. And like I said, the other side to that is, I know that they're doing that, but they can't do that you can't expect Defence to do that for, 12 months, 2 years either. It is not fair on them. So something's got to give here. But yeah, and also, even if there is some of them I know that are trying to keep them on their books, making them show up every day when they're psychologically gone and show up to work just to say, yes, I'm here, and get back in your car and go home, that is unacceptable, and that has to stop.
So, Senator, just to summarise that briefly, is one of your recommendations about making sure that when someone leaves, there's a period where there isn't going to be a period where there's no money for that person.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator. And do you have any concerns or recommendations with respect to how suicides are being investigated?
I have a massive problem with the legal system in the military right now. We have these things that are called fact finds or first incidents. Those fact finds can now be done by a sergeant, warrant officer, or usually a young lieutenant that's walked straight out of ADFA or RMC. Those findings are basically reported to the officer in command, and depending on what's in those findings is depending on whether it goes in the shredding machine. But I'll tell you something, there is no central database. So you're not picking up where the hotspots are, or if there's bad leadership going on in certain units out there. And it is absolutely shocking. As an ex-military police person, if we had statements, they went to a central database. There is no difference between a statement to me and a fact find that is a mini investigation done by people, by the way, that are not investigators or trained in that area. So you've got a young lieutenant out there, he's not going to make waves about that. And it is really detrimental to those that are serving with these fact finds. There needs to be a central database, and those fact finds should be done like an investigation. People should be qualified to do them, not just any not just any young lieutenant or whatever that's baby in pants.
And Senator, would you like to make any comment, or do you have any recommendations regarding the coronial system and the investigations undertaken as part of the coronial system?
Yeah, so with the coronial inquiries, they really bother me. I already know that the state coroners are really feeling the pressure from obviously their own states and civilians, let alone chucking the military on top, which can be quite very comprehensive at times once they've gone that far, especially if they've attempted suicide. I would really like to see a coroner that is dedicated to veteran suicides. That's what I'd like to see, not them split and separated around the states. I think we need a dedicated service, a dedicated coroner or coroners that look at these suicides, and I think it would make a significant difference, because as you're rolling out those recommendations, we can actually see, first of all, if they're hitting the mark, and secondly, we can keep an eye on whether these people are taking their lives for around or same reasons. So I think having one or two coroners looking into them all the time would be a good feedback, because basically you want to be able to pick up. You want to pick up where the culture is going wrong, and I think that's the only way to do it. And right now it's just too split. You've got coroner's inquests going on everywhere over veteran suicides, and I just don't think it's the correct way to do it.
And Senator, you touched on issues around unacceptable behaviours and culture within Defence, and in your statement you talk about having been a woman in Defence. Is there anything you'd like to say about that?
Yes, I would. I was part of that Defence abuse inquiry that was done by Gary Rumble. Gary Rumble did a report and made some suggestions on how those investigations, especially when they're over sexual abuse, can be done. They're using that in the UK and the US, yet I still have the Defence will not do these investigations. So basically it means if you've been abused, while you are reporting and while you're getting that evidence together, that is collected and ready to go until the member is ready and has the courage to come out and say something. We are not doing. We also have SEMPRO up there, which as far as I know, is still manned by Defence personnel. If you're being abused, the last thing I want to do is going to some old colonel and saying, hey, mate. And by the way, they only advise. They don't take those reports any further. That's all they're doing.
And SEMPRO is the Sexual Misconduct Office.
Yeah.
And would you like to say anything about the Inspector General of the ADF in terms of independence?
Yes, so I am terribly worried about the IGADF. Obviously, I'll go into this further in camera at a later date, but quite frankly, I don't know how you can have an Inspector General and tell me they are independent when they're basically been in uniform, still in uniform, and they are working in there for the institution. Once again, it's all about the culture. So the first thing you do is at all costs cover the butt of the institution. And that's it. This IGADF, it needs to be outside of the military. Quite frankly, I don't care. I'd like to see retired federal police or state police that have made their way up through being in control of that, because that's what it needs. It needs an investigative body on the outside of defence.
And so, Senator, without wanting to put words in your mouth, and please correct me if I'm wrong, are you saying that officers like SEMPRO and the IGADF need to be truly independent and sit completely outside of defence?
Absolutely, yep. They should be free, people should be free to report off base and go into somewhere, make a phone call and go from there. But it should be absolutely, it's critical. It gets removed out of defence.
Thank you, Senator. And before I see if the commissioners have any questions, is there anything further that you would like to say?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioners?
Thank you, Ms Bridget. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. I just had one question to follow up one of the things you said, which relates to your concern about currently serving members not being willing to speak out because of potential ramifications. And you said that you are aware of some members and officers who've tried to speak out and they've ended up in mental health institutions. And I guess I'm just wanting to clarify whether that's as a result of the consequences they've experienced through the adversity, or, and I guess the alternative is, it's been suggested to me on a couple of occasions that if you speak out, you're automatically then sent for a mental health assessment. So I'm just kind of wondering what you were conveying through that.
Yeah, so basically if they speak out, it's a treatment and the retribution that is thrown back at them. And knowing that, I guess it's a contribution of many things. So one it is that. It takes someone with a lot of courage that's usually well respected by the diggers to come forward and do that. But Defence should be opening up and listening to what they have to say and actually giving them a pat on the back for coming forward and showing the courage. But that's not how it works in Defence. It works the opposite way and you will get retribution. What's even sadder is I'm very aware the Minister of Defence knows about these three ones that we're dealing with now. And whether it's through, I don't know how to handle this situation, or incompetence, they are just as much to blame. We have ministers up there that can step in and eradicate this and fix this sort of problem, and they're not doing their job either. When I'm talking about highly ranked officers that this is happening to, and your ministers are turning a blind eye to this behaviour, they are not helping the situation either.
Obviously, this Royal Commission is very concerned if people are not able to speak to us freely. And so again, I just want to inquire, you said you're dealing with 3 cases at the moment, and I don't need to know any details, but I'm just wondering, are they cases of retribution about speaking about other matters, or are they retribution about wanting to come to the Royal Commission?
No, these are retribution about standing up for their diggers, not retribution for this. I believe there's legal services out that obviously, usually when we pick up these sort of matters, they've already got legal representation with them, and I believe that 3 of those matters that I'm talking about, which are current, is that you commissioners are receiving or will be receiving submissions around those. But in the meantime, that doesn't help the poor officer that's showing the courage to come forward. You know, the sad thing is the Defence Minister could actually go in there and fix it tomorrow, and they don't. They put their foot down and tell them they're not putting up with this. They can move them out to another unit so they can get on with their life, but they're not doing that.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
Senator, I'd like to start by asking you about what you said about IGADF and the perception of lack of independence from the military. It's been suggested to me during this commission that one way of approaching it is similar to what you suggested, using police from state police forces or the federal police, but the person who suggested that said that it would also be useful to have police like that seconded from a group who had previous military experience, so they would understand the culture and the background. Do you have any comment on that?
No, Commissioner, I agree with you. It should just be a mix, you know, but whether it's state police, I mean, you know, I've got diggers out there that are former military police that have those investigative skills. They're investigators, they're only diggers. There's no reason why they're not good enough to be in there, that have had the good fight. But it certainly needs, it's funny that we're up there talking about NICAC all week with the Attorney-General, and with all due respect to him, that, you know, he's talking about that they will have an Inspector-General over the top of that, that will be completely independent, moved right away from that. Yet I'm dealing with Defence, where has their Inspector-General stuck in the middle of it, and they wonder why they've got culture issues going on.
Okay. You also mentioned the problems that can arise between discharge and DVA entitlements kicking in. And it's been suggested to us several times now that people shouldn't be discharged until their DVA entitlements are cleared up. Do you have any comment on that?
I do, Commissioner, I do, but the problem is, here we go, it's how much the military can the military carry for not just 6 months now, but 2 years before that claim even gets to it, you know, and that. Nothing gets, but I don't think that's fair on the military either, that they, because of what's going on in Veterans Affairs, that they need to hold all these sick people. I mean, maybe, you know, I'd like to actually just see them being paid, even if it's just 45% of their pay until this is fixed up, but those people who lose out are going to have to pay that back.
Well, let's assume, for the sake of the argument, that those delays could be fixed up and that matters could be dealt with reasonably quickly. Do you have a view about that as an aim, to have DVA claims settled before discharge?
Oh, absolutely, and that's the way it should be done. I thought that is why we went, when we were back in 99, we brought delegates on to base so we could actually get that done before we discharged, and that has not occurred. And it can, to be honest with you, Department of Veterans Affairs absolutely lost control over the claims processing. It is the worst I've ever seen it. And like I said before, it's bad enough that you're running around, if you've got PTSD and then you've got other psychological problems and you've got physical problems, the men it hits really hard because they're supposed to be the breadwinner of the family. So when they've got physical and psychological problems and then they can't provide for the family, that's about the last legs for them. That's why you'll see them suicide.
My final question relates to the local issue about the lack of an acute care ward for psychiatric cases in Tasmania. Do you know whether any study has been done to work out what the cost of providing such a facility here would be?
No, I do not. I don't know, not that I'm aware of, but I am aware that many of them are happy to go to Ward 17, are happy to go to Melbourne, but it's the bedding. I find
Is
the
that
one,
because it's a specialist facility for veterans?
yeah, so that is a special facility for veterans, first responders. A lot of first responders in Tasmania, whether they're police, prison officers, paramedics, between 18 and 28% of them have either served in the military or Army Reserve. And we are very proud of that. So, so that is a mixed one over there because they do share the same experiences. For paramedics to go to a road accident, see that over and over again, it's the same thing you're seeing in war. So that works very, very well. The problem that I have there is usually the females because they've usually got kids. So they find it difficult to leave the state for a long period of time and leave their kids behind. So it's a bit of a catch-22. The men, not so much. They seem to be happy to go over to Melbourne and get the help that they need.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Senator. I just have a couple of quick points. In relation to the issue of people being discharged before their claims are lodged and hopefully approved, I just want to assure you it is something that's front and centre in our minds and we are looking at it. We don't have the answers yet, but it's certainly something we're pursuing. The other issue I wanted to discuss is just in relation to the coroners and your suggestion of a military coroner in essence that may look at, I think you said for suicides, but in reality it may be for perhaps all deaths that occur within the military that are handled in a particular way. Did you have any thoughts about how that may work? Would it be staffed by military people or by legal professionals, perhaps from the coroner space in the civilian, in the state territories, or what were your thoughts?
I don't think I have a problem with the coroners. I don't think they need to be military. I just think we need a group, some sort of group there that actually just specialises in this, because it's not just like you said, Commissioner, with all due respect, it's not just like with the suicides, but it's just in the military. I'm not sure those deaths are actually getting investigated properly, so I think there's certain things that happen on bases where people die, and should that be looked at by the same coroner as the one doing the suicides? I'm sure that'd be great. But it's basically, so it's just completely independent, but I just don't want them scattering them everywhere and expect a coroner from this state or that state to look at. I just think it should be a special branch where they're looking at those accidents that happen where there's deaths caused in the military and those who have taken their own lives, whether on bases or once they have retired from the military.
Thank you. And just one other point, in relation to the Inspector General we've mentioned, and again, it is an area that we are looking at and it is of some interest, but you've mentioned the issue of the fact finds, which people go in and do a quick inquiry, and I think we're certainly aware that there is no requirement for the person doing the inquiry to have any specific qualifications or experience. And you've mentioned today, and I must admit I wasn't aware, there isn't a central repository of lessons learned or lessons noted. That's not the case. Yeah, so trends and issues are not really picked up if there's no analysis.
That's right. Yeah, so they're not picking up the hotspots.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's not that difficult. When I have 3 or 4 people coming from somewhere, I go, oh, something going on in that unit there. I don't need a fact find, that's coming to me. So quite frankly, those fact finds should be in a central database so you can pick up those hotspots of abuse straight away. That would make a significant difference. If there is leadership issues or abuse going on in those units, you will see it a mile away. You will not see it when you are using cover-up and saying, I've done a fact find and putting it through the shredding machine without having a central database. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Black, are there any issues you want to raise?
No, thank you, Commissioners. I didn't have any further questions for the Senator. I did just want to, in closing, reiterate the Senator's gratitude for this opportunity, and it's been a substantial time block, so she certainly appreciates that. She remains, of course, keen to continue engaging with the Commission. It's intended that we will provide a submission in relation to a number of the issues that arise out of the Senator's evidence and tie in, of course, with the Commission's terms of reference in relation to the particularly risk factors, cultural issues and so forth that emerge. Otherwise, unless there are any other questions for the Senator, I'd ask her to be released from her summons.
Oh, thank you. Just before we do, Ms. Bridget, are there any matters you want to raise?
Commissioners, I have no questions arising, but those perhaps dialing in virtually may do so. Oh no, Commissioners, there will be no further questions from anybody else dialing in. Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioners.
As a lived experience witness, just if anyone's wondering, we had agreed that they would not be cross-examined. But
May I just say one last thing? It's about the advocacy for 1 minute.
sorry, say again.
Sorry, may I just mention something about what's going on in the advocacy centres out there with the advocates? So because the claims are so far behind, getting those advocates to move through those levels has been really difficult. So from level 1 advocate, because they've got to, it's done on competency every time they do a claim. If those claims aren't getting pushed through, it means those advocates are staying on the first level and they're not moving forward. We have a massive issue out there with having qualified pension officers and advocates. If this continues and DVA cannot provide this service and do this properly, then maybe they looked at their Canadian model over there where they've actually got their own legal team representing them, because quite frankly, when you're fighting DVA and you're having to pay out all that money for medical practitioners and for some having to pay their lawyers along the way instead of at the end, it's just not viable.
Thank you. Ms. Bridget?
Commissioners, I can see my learned friend on the screen, and I know that there's no questions in terms of the lived experience evidence, but I may check if it's, say, Commissioners, that my learned friend doesn't want to raise any other kind of housekeeping issues or procedural issues.
Mr. Free? I think you may be on mute. Or perhaps if we can get an indication, are there any issues you wish to raise?
There is one issue, Commissioners, by
Okay.
the look of it, but I'll just check with my instructing solicitor, Commissioners.
We've had all sorts of technical issues today. Please excuse us.
Commissioners, I've just been told that it is a technical issue, but it will be resolved very briefly. I don't think we'll need an adjournment, but if we do, I'll just check on that.
So we'll stand by.
Thank you, Commissioners, and apologies. Commissioners, if I may suggest this course, in that my learned friend can perhaps nod, whether this is an issue that can be dealt after the adjournment or whether it needs to be dealt now.
Mr. Free, is this an issue that can be dealt with after the adjournment? Yes. For the record, he nodded yes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
And should the senator be allowed to leave?
For the record, he nodded yes again. Thank you, Mr. Free. Senator, I just want to thank you for your evidence today. This nation owes you a debt of gratitude.
Thank you, Commissioners, and we want to thank you for doing the job that you are doing. I have to say, since you started, I haven't had one person complain about you. How's that? So you must be doing a damn good job. That's a pretty good thing.
Thank you. It's early days, but we'll see. But not only do I want to thank you, but I want to say that the way you've come forward and the way you've supported veterans and the activities of this commission, we're very grateful for that. And as I said, the nation owes you a debt of gratitude, as it does every veteran.
Thank you.
Thank you again. You're excused from your summons to appear, but I think we may meet again.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bridget, are there any other matters?
No other matters, Commissioners.
We'll break for about 20 minutes. Back at past, if there's no other matters.
All rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned until 2:15. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide has resumed. Please be seated.
Commissioners, the technical issue that was preventing Mr. Free addressing you has been resolved. I yield to Mr. Free.
Yes, Mr. Free, apologies for the technical issues.
Apologies from me as well, Commissioners. It may have been at this end, I'm not sure, but I'm very sorry about that before the adjournment. And I really only wish to make a very brief observation. We're conscious that Senator Lambie was called today as a lived experience witness, and we're very conscious of the approach the Commission has adopted with lived experience witnesses. Simply wanted to make the observation for the benefit of the Commissioners and for those watching that Senator Lambie raised a number of issues in the last session of her evidence dealing with her perspective on really a wide range of issues, and simply wanted to reiterate that the Commonwealth, of course, stands ready to assist the Commission if and when it wishes to investigate those particular issues further. But we're conscious that today is not the day to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Free. It's much appreciated. Thank you.
If the Commissioners would please excuse me, Ms Musgrave is going to appear for this next session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Ms Molyneux? Your microphone is not working. It should have a red light on, so perhaps we might replace it. Just bear with us for a moment.
Is that better, Commissioners?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. This afternoon, the Commission will be hearing from Dr. Andrew Clark, General Practitioner, Veteran and the Chair of the North West Tasmanian Veterans Welfare Board. Can the witness be affirmed, please? Andrew Clark, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Operator, can you please display the tender list? Commissioners, I tender the documents in the bundle in the manner in which they're described in that list.
Thank you. They'll be accepted and allocated the next lot of consecutive numbers. Thank you.
Operator, can you please display Dr. Clark's response to the notice to give at ACL.0000.0001.0052? Dr. Clark, I understand you have a correction to make to this document. Operator, can you please scroll to the middle of the second page, the pinpoint 0053? Dr. Clark, what's the correction that you'd like to make?
There's a typo in the number of veterans that are in the electorate of Braddon from the ABS data. It's my mistake, I apologise. It's 3,258 veterans in the electorate.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Are there any other corrections or amendments you wanted to make?
Not at this time.
So is that evidence in that statement that you've given in the response to the notice to give true and correct?
It is.
Thank you. Commissioners, in this session, I'm proposing to ask Dr. Clark to give a brief background. We'll then hear from Dr. Clark about the Veteran Hub, which is a service he's established in Burnie in the northwest of Tasmania. Then turn to discussing their proposal and their ideas for how veteran service can be better developed and coordinated, and hear about issues with delivering services to veterans, financial barriers and limitations on veteran-capable healthcare. And finally, Dr. Clark will discuss how his organisation's managed funding so far and his view on coordination between ASOs and the government. Dr. Clark, can you please state your full name?
Andrew Charles Clark.
And you're a medical doctor?
I'm a medical practitioner, yes.
And where are you based?
I'm based in Burnie in the north of Tasmania.
And you're a veteran as well?
I am.
How long did you serve in the ADF?
Just shy of 20 years.
And it's quite an extensive period. Can you give a potted history to the Commission?
I joined the Army in 1994 and was an artillery driver. Attended the Royal Military College, graduated as an officer. Spent time in the Rotary Wing support to the Counter-Terrorism Force during the Sydney Olympics. Some time as ammunition platoon commander, some time as an instructor at Duntroon, and as some time as an officer commanding in a support squadron in 3CR in Townsville before I commenced medical studies.
Thank you. And your medical studies were during your service with the Defence Force?
At the end of my service, yes.
Okay. And I think you touched on these, but your service included 2 deployments?
It did. I was deployed on Interfet to East Timor in 2000, and then again I deployed on up Belize to Bougainville in 2002.
Okay. And you discharged from the Army in 2015?
I was discharged in 2015.
And you've been practising as a GP since that time?
No, I'm not just a GP. I spent 9 years in the Burnie community working at the hospital for a couple of years as part of intern and residency and registrar time before commencing general practice in 2017.
Thank you. I want to turn now to the group of veterans that you've been part of that have established the Veteran Hub. At this point, can you just clarify for the Commission that the Veteran Hub we're talking about is a different entity to what the RSL spoke to the Commission about a couple of days ago?
Yes, it is. So the Veteran Welfare Board was established as the governance organisation to deliver veteran services on the North West Coast. We commenced operations of opening the Veteran Hub in Burnie in April 2021, and we've been providing service from that location since then.
So how did the Veteran Hub first come about?
A conversation. A conversation with a group of like-minded veterans, seeing the need in the community, talking with the local member and engaging with his services. Veteran services are largely Commonwealth funded, and engaging with the ESOs in the area, including the RSL's presidents at both Burnie and Wynyard.
What was the need that you identified in the community?
I'm sorry, I missed the part.
What was the need you identified in the community?
It was amongst that group of veterans, there was a common theme that it was difficult to find veteran-friendly services or general practice services that had an understanding of how DVA worked and being culturally sort of sensitive to veteran needs, and what was available wasn't meeting their needs.
So what were the primary services you wanted to provide at the outset?
Primarily, we started with health promotion services, but health is an all-encompassing word in that you need to consider the rest of the biopsychosocial model of the needs of somebody, so that a roof over their head, money in their pocket, and access to good health care. So we looked at trying to recruit like-minded service providers in the area that could offer services to veterans to help them in that need, as well as being a focal point for all the ESOs in which to, where there was an ESO doing good work, we could collaborate together to use their service without having to reinvent the wheel, so to speak.
And how many veterans used your services at the start?
At the start or now?
At the start.
At the start, maybe I had about 20 odd, but that number soon increased rapidly.
So I would like to now turn to how Veteran Hub has developed. Can you tell us, since 2019, 2018, when the conversation first started, how you've developed it?
Well, we started with a corporate governance team to put together so that expansion could be managed with some rules and a list of requirements that we had to meet in order to provide the service. And then it could expand from the corporate governance model to providing the service. So we commenced, the inaugural meeting of the board was in August 2019, whereby we selected appointments, crafted a constitution, drafted a set of ideals and a mission statement, and then moved forward from there. At the same time, I had approached my training provider in General Practice Training Tasmania to commence a veteran project. In terms of part of my training for a rural generalist scheme was to produce a community-minded project, and I dedicated half a day to only seeing veterans and working on their issues.
So did that half day that you were devoted to seeing veterans, did that form part of what the Veteran Hub offered?
Yes.
Okay. And what does Veteran Hub look like now? What services does it provide?
The Veteran Hub provides DVA advocacy. So we have a DVA advocate that uses the Hub's location to provide advocacy service. There's general practice services, there's allied health services such as pharmacy, physiotherapy, and there is exercise physiology. And it's not actually that they come to the Hub to use, they're still in the community. We've just tied them in as culturally supportive to the needs of veterans and providing that care. We also work with Open Arms and Open Arms psychologists, and I conduct a lot of case conferences to coordinate service and care.
And how many veterans are now using your services?
Approximately 190 are still using the services. I think in the last 12 months I've seen 139 specific veterans only to my care. My practice, Burnie General Practice, which is an IPN practice, currently sees 224 veterans.
So that's a rapid growth from 20 to 190. How did you go about identifying the veterans?
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
How did you go about identifying and engaging with the veterans?
They found me. So word of mouth spread quickly, and before I knew it, I had more new patients. I removed myself from the online booking system and closed my books to other patients in the community and concentrated and opened my books to veterans. So I was only seeing new veterans as they came on board.
And I'll turn later on in this session to why it's important to have veteran-capable medical health care, but I just want to focus briefly on Veteran Hub's current status. So of the 190 veterans that you've said are on your books, to the extent you can tell us, do you have an idea how diverse they are?
There are some World War II veterans on the books. There are Korean veterans, Vietnam veterans. There are various peacekeeping operations in Namibia, Rwanda, the East Timor veterans. There are Iraq veterans and Afghanistan veterans.
And what about among them, that obviously covers some age. Is there a gender diversity?
Is there a gender? Majority males, but I do have female veterans as well.
Now, you've said Veteran Hub started as the board with corporate governance, and then you've started offering services half a day a week as part of your training. And I understand Veteran Hub now has a physical location.
We opened a physical location in the centre of Burnie under the Renew Burnie project, and with the support of the Burnie, I've forgotten the name. He's going to kill me. He's on my next committee meeting. The President of North West Business Association has been part of our board as well and helped us get a peppercorn rent space which we can display a physical presence and a meeting place if a veteran wants to pop in for have a coffee, a chat. DVA advocates are using the space, and we received 3 docking stations from RSL Tasmania from the RSL Queensland grant, a photocopier and a video conference with a promise of more infrastructure for the DVA advocates from RSL to use to provide service.
What's the importance of having a physical location?
It's in the same centre as the practice that I work at, and I'm able to use that as a veteran space. So if I've got a veteran that I know has mental health disorders that are exacerbated by the noises of a general practice waiting room of children crying, I can ask them to go and wait down there. I can physically go to the location and see the veteran there and close the door if needs be, or I can case conference with the DVA advocate there, depending upon the level of their need.
I'll come back to case conferencing with DVA advocates shortly, but briefly I just want to touch on what is your aspiration? What do you envisage for the Veteran Hub?
Our next phase, after we've received monies and can move forward, is a physical location in the Burnie CBD, specifically allocated for veterans and their needs, and providing service out of that space. So it becomes a veteran space. It's no longer my general practice or someone else's general practice. It's the veteran space at which they own. They have an input in how it's run and what activities are provided out of it, and they can have people meet on their terms.
And do you think veteran input and veteran ownership is important?
Absolutely. If it's not owned by the veterans, it just becomes a white elephant that's not used.
So are you hoping eventually to increase the number of veterans that are able to access your services?
We'd like to provide the service to any veteran and their family that wants to walk in the door and needs help.
And my next question was going to be, if you work with families, have you currently been able to engage with families?
The governance model that we provided for 4 subgroups to provide support to veterans and have that feedback from the veteran community back to the board to steer where we're going. We covered things like a veteran subcommittee to make sure that veteran-specific issues were covered. Veterans' families also has a subcommittee. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to establish the need as well as the veterans have at this stage. I think that will come in time though, as more information gets out there. We have a local business support structure in order to promote veteran-owned businesses in the area. And we have a health space or a health subcommittee, which I sub-chair as well, to look at veteran-specific health issues in which to advocate for or provide information to government and support services and agencies that can improve the service in the area.
Now, I understand as part of Veteran Hub and or potentially as part of your practice, you've recently started working with current serving members in the process of transition, doing what you call a soft handover of their medical care. Can you just explain to the Commissioners what you mean by that?
So this is a process where I'm uniquely placed as a defence health provider under the current arrangements with the Garrison Health Support contracts. So I'm able to provide medical care to serving members, and it's just reported back to the local Anglesey Barracks Medical Centre, so it goes on record for the veteran. In that process, I've been able to meet new veterans in transition. So while still serving, can come and meet me, feel comfortable with the environment they're in and they're coming to, and also just examine if there are any issues with their discharging process and their medical claims. It is the priority of DVA to prioritise veterans that are separating for medical reasons to have all of their claims at least submitted to DVA prior to separation. There are some cornerstone documents that are done by Defence. One of them is a DM42, is a medical certificate clearing the member. That goes to DVA as well as Commonwealth Superannuation Corporation, so DFRDB, MSBS, and ADF Super now. And that is the cornerstone document which makes the transition and claims process easier and quicker. Sometimes there are errors, we're all human, and sometimes in a particular case a veteran may not have disclosed to Defence their injury or illness, that now that they're in a civilian space and I don't answer to anyone in Defence, I'm able to tease out of that person and provide an opportunity for replicharge back to Defence Medical to make sure that's been put on their claim. And that has happened on a couple of occasions now.
And I'll come back to discuss DVA a little more shortly, but just briefly, are you saying there is assistance to the veterans in being able to make sure they have a fulsome health record before they leave Defence?
The health record should be complete. Any injury that hasn't been dealt with previously, that the DM42 is that opportunity to list that injury to make sure that it can be compensable later. Is that the question you're asking? I'm sorry. And
veterans are telling you things that they aren't otherwise disclosing on their health records for Defence?
I mean, there's, being ex-serviceman myself, there is a need to protect your career while you're in Defence. And medical discharge is one of those things that no particular veteran wants to have happen. Veterans will carry injuries and will carry problems. And perhaps, it's the unmasking of that problem, not necessarily hiding it in that veteran-friendly space that provides that opportunity to disclose.
And do you think there is value in having the connection between you and a veteran before they transition out of the Defence Force?
Absolutely. I think the veterans that we've sent back for review of their medical boards to make sure that all of their compensable conditions were on there, I think that, we may not see the benefits of that right now, but in years to come when that condition becomes aggravated, becomes difficult to manage, it makes it easier to seek treatment for that veteran.
I will turn one moment to just how you understand medical treatment can be improved for veterans, but I just want to ask you briefly. The model that you've been discussing at Veteran Hub is a co-location, as I understand it, of your medical services, some allied health services, DVA advocacy services. Is it important that there is that primary health service delivery? Is that part of what gets veterans through the door?
Absolutely. Like the Australian health system is built on the back of primary care and good primary care. We are the conduit which referrals to specialists flow. We can expedite referrals if they're necessary. We can contact DVA for treatment options. to meet the needs of veterans sooner before they become a problem. We deal with the subacute very well, and I'd rather deal with a problem at a subacute level as a health practitioner than have the mess to deal with afterwards.
So is some of the allied health services you're providing also geared towards early intervention?
Yeah, they're all independent, they're all independent providers that I refer to. So collaboratively, you know, they're part of the group. Yes, it is. If I've got someone, let's say, particularly has, you know, a lower back condition, I know the key to their better health outcomes is to keep them moving and keep them engaged in activity so that that long-standing back complaint doesn't become worse. I'm used to dealing with most military veterans that have got bad knees and bad lower backs. You know, current guidance and recommendation from orthopaedic surgeons is we don't like to do knee replacements before the age of 55. What do I do with the 47-year-old? Well, I get him moving. I get him involved in an exercise physiology program to help him maintain a good, healthy weight. I've got a dietitian I can send them to for some dietary advice about how to eat properly. I've got, you know, the physio down the road who can develop some exercise programs to help that veteran manage that injury, and try and manage it as best I can until such time as it becomes necessary and appropriate for further tertiary intervention.
I want to turn now to what you've identified as particular medical needs of veterans and the relevance of DVA here. So I understand Veteran Hub does what it can to assist veterans' claims with DVA, including by case conferencing with advocates. Can you talk a little bit about what you do there?
The DVA advocates in the area have my phone number. They use it. Often the claims process is complicated. There are lots of legislation requirements that need to be met, and there are multiple acts in which someone's claim for compensation and rehabilitation get assessed. Maintaining that patient-centred focus about where do you want this claim to go, what are you looking for out of this claims process, those two questions can steer you to a direction that, you know, what act would be best for that veteran to apply for Compensation and Rehabilitation Act. There are varying levels of support provided between the acts, and there's varying levels of financial compensation varying between the acts. So you engaging early with the DVA advocate has led to a less number of, I suppose, requests for further information from DVA delegates when they are assessing someone's claim. And that's key to getting it right. If you get it right the first time, with clear reports, you find that you can move the veteran through the process reasonably quickly.
Does that require medical professionals to have some understanding of the various benefits legislation?
Yes, it does. For example, you know, 47-year-old ex-infantry soldier comes to see me. He spent, you know, 25 years in the 3rd Battalion Royal Australian Regiment jumping out of aircraft. I know that he's going to have knee problems. I know what act he may come under, and I know what intervention that we might be able to put into place before he needs further management. And knowing that information about where he's served and having that cultural understanding of veteran needs breaks down a lot of those barriers, so you're able to move more efficiently with the time.
Now, you said that legislation is complex and there's different benefits under different schemes. In your view, should there be a new scheme, a simplified scheme?
As complex and as litigious as the legislation is, it's reasonably well understood and workable. So changing any legislative methods and putting in retrospective changes to legislation exposes those veterans that have already been through that process, and it'll expose them to fear of losing entitlement that they already have under those acts. Changing the legislation would also mean that the DVA advocates would then start from scratch with new legislation and how to interpret that legislation to meet the needs of the veteran. There are workarounds in terms of when we don't prescriptively meet a legislation requirement that we can work around. Certainly, one of the ways that we do that is the use of rehabilitation coordinators. And we look at how are we going to rehabilitate this veteran? Well, the Act currently says that we can't use more than, that veteran can't work more than 8 hours before they affect their pension. But it's part of getting them better and part of their rehabilitation. If it's my recommendation that they're engaged in some kind of psychosocial intervention that's more than 8 hours, well, we can do that. And successive ministers that we've spoken to have said that meets the intent of their department. May not meet the prescriptive law of their department, but it meets the intent of what we're there to do.
But it sounds like the interventions or workarounds that you've been able to access are in part because you're a health professional?
Yes, and it's also the relationship with the rehabilitation coordinators. It's taking the time with case conferencing with them. It's working with the DVA advocates to come to a solution that works for that veteran. I mean, we can legislate for the masses as much as we can. Eventually, it comes down to you, the veteran, and the healthcare providers that you need to refer them on to in order to get them better. So it's got to be veteran-centric, and they remain the focus of the healthcare model that we should be using.
And what are the impediments you see as to why more health professionals or general practitioners, doctors, aren't able to provide veterans those services?
It's quite daunting for a medical practitioner to deal with something as complex as DVA. And what might be common use terms in the English dictionary aren't quite so common when we look at it with DVA. We're dealing with humans within a system, and they're prone to making errors of judgment, mistakes, and they're prone to not getting it right all the time. I think we're all guilty of that. But we can move a veteran through a model of care as long as there is education support for those practitioners providing that. We briefed the Minister of Health, Greg Hunt, in, I'm going to say September, apologies if I've got that wrong, 2021, where we provided a model put up forward by the Australian College of Rural and Remote Medicine, a project worth about $7.8 million in order to produce veteran-specific education around veteran health needs, improve literacy with dealing with DVA. That project would have funded for 5 years and trained 1,000 plus medical practitioners per year, mostly on a video conference self-paced learning assessment. The issue is not so much, we've tried to implement these changes during probably an unprecedented time in that the Health Minister's focus was squarely narrowed at COVID-19 and the country's response to that. So whilst he was receptive, I think we got lost in the blur of what was going on around us. The next aspect is incentivising, why should a medical practitioner take the time to learn something new and something that makes them uncomfortable? Or you've got to remunerate them. ACRM have delivered some very good programs in terms of drug and alcohol literacy for primary care physicians, have good runs on the board with the Department of Health and are well placed to provide that service. And if the Commission would want to call ACRM into that, I believe I've left the contact details for Mr Sean much more as part of the submission.
I'll just clarify for the Commission's benefit. Dr Clark has provided us with the proposal that they put towards the Minister for Health.
Okay. Thank you.
And Dr Clark, at this stage, that proposal is in abeyance?
I'm sorry, I missed that last point. Apologies.
That proposal is currently just pending still?
It's pending. I think, to be honest, we've had a change of government. We've had a caretaker mode period of time. That sort of slows any kind of progression of these projects. At this time and juncture, I thank our local member, Mr. Gavin Pearce. He still has carriage of some of these issues and has represented these proposals to the new Minister of Health to forward our proposal.
And the proposed accreditation that we've been discussing from the Australian College of Rural and Remote Medicine, would that, as I understand it, that goes towards targeting a cultural competency towards veterans?
It is a cultural competency. I think, we're looking at 2% of the Australian population, very similar to, what was previously the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander and First Nations people, their population. It is a culture to be in defence, and it comes with its own idioms and, nuances that, you need to learn about. We take our 2 top % of the Australian population and put them through, the rigours of training that most people probably couldn't get their heads around, and train them to within an inch of their lives. These people are competent, good members of society that, are used to a system whereby the institution provided them healthcare. They find themselves leaving that environment, and there's nowhere for that corporate knowledge to come. In the 1990s, we closed the repatriation hospitals, the last of which was in Adelaide. The legacy of the repatriation hospital still sits on Davey Street here in Hobart. When we closed those, that went all the corporate knowledge for veterans and their unique health needs. We'd like to pick that mantle back up again and put it back in the forefront of the healthcare system in Australia and back into primary care. And I see this as a great way to do that.
And you've also spoken in your statement about some of the financial barriers to doctors treating veterans. Does the proposed accreditation go any way to addressing the financial barriers?
We didn't make it part of the proposal, but I'll just explain the dichotomy between general practice and specialist health providers. So general practitioners, as part of the repatriation medical scheme, entitled to charge DVA for their time they spend with a veteran on a pro rata basis set by the Medicare rebate. So, for example, an item 23 is $39.05, times that by 115% plus a small loading fee, and then you end up with about $50 to see a general practitioner. Our specialist colleagues are remunerated slightly better. They're remunerated at 150% of the Medicare rebatable item. The legislation currently forbids medical practitioners and service providers, be they allied health or other, from charging a gap if you were to charge the repatriation health scheme. So the idea being that a veteran shouldn't be out of pocket to see a health provider. The Medicare rebates have been frozen for 5 years. That's placed enormous pressure. The time, and also part of the remuneration package is the reports to write for DVA to fill in their forms. They're capped at about $16.47 per page, approximately. And that then, when you've got a 20-page report that takes you a half an hour or more to fill in, including a history and examination, can be very time-consuming and poorly remunerated. So there are barriers, and I can understand why health practitioners don't want to do DVA. I recently gave a discussion or a teaching morning to one of the local practices in Ulverston, and that was one of the key concerns raised by the practice principal, whose job it is to look at the books, I suppose, and keep the place ticking over. And he certainly said that the remuneration didn't quite meet the skills needed to fix or provide good service to the veteran community.
And I want to turn briefly to acute mental health care. So I understand you tried to secure a mental health bed in a hospital. Can you tell us about What happened there?
We put a proposal through our local member to the Minister of Health, and I'd spoken to my local private inpatient psychiatry unit up at Rivendale, and we'd had a discussion about how could we quarantine a bed for a veteran in a hospital for crisis care. Private hospitals, need to keep their beds turning over. That's how they remain in business and make returns on the shareholders and investments that they have to put in. It costs about $1,200. I couldn't give you the exact figure for a bed space. What we proposed was quarantining one bed in his 12-bed facility for veteran crisis care that would be paid for by DVA when unoccupied at a rate of 75 cents in the dollar. It was certainly something that the business manager was interested in and could sustain. We put that proposal forward through our local member. Again, I think just the white noise of the timing of a pandemic has really stopped any sort of movement in that area. We then moved on to speaking, which I understand the Commission heard from Dr. John Lane yesterday, and we're involved in conversations with John, similar sort of circumstances, putting in a 4-bed crisis care facility in the Hobart Clinic here for that specific need, and those beds quarantined. Again, I think, if the Commission could take that forward, I'm sure government will look at this as an interim measure to trial and see if it works. But I think that's one way we can fix some of these problems. It is difficult. We have since the closing of the repatriation scheme in those hospitals, we have a fee-for-service model now. So if a bed's not being used, the hospital administrators will want to know why and look at ways to generate income out of that bed. We now know that that leaves very little reserve and fat in any kind of system. When a veteran is in crisis, often there is little warning, there is little time to act. And these hospitals have now based their system on a sort of a 6 to 8 week wait. And that could be because of the demand. That could be because they want a planned admission to deliver a better health outcome that's more measured rather than, just putting a Band-Aid on someone and putting them in a hospital. In terms of the Northwest Coast, I've used Rivendale, I've used the Hobart Clinic. I've been able to use the public health system at times for veterans that are in crisis, especially the crisis access team, which is 2 psychiatric nurses together going out and seeing clients and checking on them. Even though it's a public service, we still get some support for those veterans that need that level of care and support. I know some of my veterans have spent time in the local psychiatric ward. It's not often the best place for them, but sometimes a beggar can't be a chooser about where you get a bed. It's hoped that when we're dealing with mental health crisis, that we have a tiered system of checking on veterans. So I'm very fortunate where I am. I have access to Open Arms near-peer support workers and have a good working arrangement with the operations manager for Open Arms here in Tasmania. And we're able to engage with those near-peer support workers. We're also able to engage in other veterans that are doing better, that want to actually give back to the community and give back to their veterans. And that's great because that shows a veteran some hope. You can do a lot with a bit of hope, and it shows them hope towards how they could improve their lives by having someone who's probably got that lived experience to explain things to them and show them another way perhaps they haven't thought about before of how to deal with their problems. There is no magic bullet, but that near-peer program, it provides that ground warning sensor to know when a veteran might be escalating, and there might be more signs that you can intervene with. Case coordinate with their psychologist makes a difference as well. I do a lot of discussions previously with Open Arms psychologist Karen Tepper, and that's been invaluable at sort of perhaps the veteran may not have told Karen something, or Karen might have heard something that a veteran hasn't told me, and we're able to work together and sort of tie up those little loose ends that can make a difference at times. We know that, I'm sure that the Commission's heard, but it's a multifaceted problem. You can't pinpoint one thing that's going to cause a veteran or a defence person to suicide. Sometimes it's a domino effect. There are other members within their small group that have succumbed. Sometimes it's about their circumstances of perceived threat. And sometimes it is just a crisis situation that a veteran can't find their way out of at that particular time. So having those ground sensor people to support with that near-peer experience is fundamental to moving it forward.
And in the acute crisis situation, which I understand is the purpose of the bed you had tried to quarantine, I just want to understand, is that distinct from a longer sort of inpatient treatment?
Yes, so that would just be, that bed is specifically for short-term, get that veteran out of that crisis situation, throw a Band-Aid on, for want of a better word. I mean, there's more to it than that, and the Commission has probably heard some stories about how there is more to that. But it's about, it gives me a buffer. It gives me a buffer to get them in somewhere where they're supervised and where they can get support for that person.
And we've heard from people about the difficulties of Tasmania not having somewhere like Ward 17 in Heidelberg in Victoria. Can you speak a little bit about whether something of that model is possible in Tasmania?
It's about numbers, and it's about having a critical mass where we could attract specialists to run a facility like that. What you don't want to do is have a facility that is underutilised or completely burnt out from oversupply and overstretch. I'm not sure that there would be that critical mass of mental health care experts that would have specific training or interest in veterans in order to support a facility here. It is an unfortunate circumstance. We do have some very good facilities in the northwest coast. We have a facility in Calgary in Launceston, and we also have the Hobart Private and the Hobart Clinic here. It's a little bit piecemeal, but it's possible. But again, I just don't think there's the mass.
Thank you. Dr. Clark, I now just want to talk a little bit about your funding as an ESO. So I understand on 23rd of December last year, 2021, the federal government announced that the North West Tasmanian Veterans Welfare Board, your board, would be awarded $2.2 million in funding. Can you just tell me how that funding was awarded?
We applied through our local member, Mr. Gavin Pearce, and gained a lot of support after briefing the Minister for Veterans Affairs. He liked what we were providing. I think that was in May 2021. The then Minister was Minister Chester, and asked us to put together a proposal. It was identified that often Tasmania is forgotten, and we were forgotten off a national plan to roll out veteran welfare centres. And we were well placed with what we'd already done on very little to move forward and secure the funding. What's different to the model of welfare centre that we are providing is the central tenet of key health support in primary care. I've looked at the Oasis Centre in Townsville, fantastic idea and concept, and well led by John Caligari, and my hat's off to him. But the central tenet of health and the ability to access that health is not one of the key tenets that I read in his documents, but I'm happy to be proven wrong.
Returning to the funding, what's the status of the federal funding now?
So we're in the final stages of deed preparation with the Department of Veterans Affairs. So we've been engaged by their Veteran and Welfare Centres coordinators. And we have established a registered health promotion charity with the Australian Tax Office and the ACNC. So we're well down that pathway. We're waiting on registration with the Tasmanian Business Register in order to become incorporated and receive those funds. So we're well advanced. Again, we had sort of the victim of the circumstance where we had a change of minister in Minister Chester to Minister G. That took time to bring him up to speed. We were then put into further delays with caretaker mode and the federal election, and then we've sort of been delayed again by obviously a change of government. So what's been a long process has sort of been extended by circumstance and happenstance.
And turning to prior to the funding that's in motion from the federal government, how has your board and the hub operated so far?
Bunnings barbecues, goodwill of board members in donations, peppercorn rent provided by Renew Burnie Project, thank you very much, and the goodwill of some veterans to keep the door open on a limited basis as a drop-in centre.
So no funding from state government?
No, we've not received any funding from the state government.
Okay. And you have a plan to make Veteran Hub self-funding within 5 years?
The 2.25 million that we are receiving is for operational and for capital expenditure. I don't think there's another model where operational funding has been approved by the department before, so we're probably the first one, but we're using it as seed capital in so much as that it will set us up whereby our model requires or would be benefits from health providers providing a portion of their fee for service to the Repatriation Commission to go back into the hub. We're also looking for commercial sponsorship and local support from industry and business to keep what's grown from something quite small and conceptual to something that actually is presence on the ground and the community can be proud of.
So to paraphrase, and correct me if I'm wrong, as I understand it, the model of sustainable funding that you're proposing is both reliant on goodwill and volunteer services continuing and fee-for-service contributions from healthcare providers.
Yeah, we are. Our operational costs are estimated somewhere between $280,000 to $300,000 per year in mature form. Of that, you know, the greatest cost is rent and a facilities manager. The rest of it, you know, if there's money that's raised for activities, then that will go, you know, to the activity. So, you know, we'd like to engage veterans to promote activities that they're interested in. You know, I've got avid rock climbers, you know, that are in their 20s that are Afghan veterans that want to run a rock climbing activity. You know, we'll provide them the vehicle, the fuel to get out there and to use, you know, use that space to engage veterans in that kind of participation activity to improve their mental health.
And is the way that you encourage veterans to use those other services, that's by your referral?
So referral for billable services through the repatriation scheme to other allied health professionals, yes. So we're in negotiation with the exercise physiology company that we use to talk about having, you know, they'll come to the hub, you know, once a week or run sessions for particular veterans there, rather than using a commercial gym that they do at the moment. But it's that portion of fee for service that is essential to our business model. And
do you think that the 5-year funding that I understand, you're proposing that the funding from the federal government will cover 5 years of seed funding, and do you think that's the right period to create a sustainable model?
Yes, I do, because I think obviously there'll be a flood of use of the facility when it opens, and as word grows, I suppose we'll increase in number of veterans that we see and provide service to. So that 5-year stability for the organisation gives it time to mature and transition, and it gives it time to collect that funding that will fund the next 5 years and then the next 5 years after that.
Now, in terms of coordination with other ESOs, on the board that operates Veteran Hub, are there members of other ESOs?
There's the president of the Wynyard RSL, there's the president of the Burnie RSL, there's the former president of the Burnie RSL. There are former board members of RSL Burnie, and there are, we haven't just stacked it with veterans. There are children of veterans on the board, there are partners of veterans on the board. And so we filled it with people that have a lived experience with veterans in order to use their lived experience to grow the ideas.
And I understand you're not an RSL. Is there reticence in the community, do you understand, to an RSL branded entity?
Yes. I think we heard earlier that the average age of the RSL members for the state of Tasmania was 72. We've created an independent ESO looking to do a task rather than an ESO looking for a task, if that makes sense. So we've branded away from RSL for that reason. We are an independent ESO. We will work collaboratively with other ESOs in the area, including RSL. As you heard, we've got some equipment out of the Queensland funding pool. We're also working with other ESOs like Due South. So Due South is a not-for-profit organisation that can provide veteran crisis accommodation, conference locations. I believe they're getting the Commando Association to come down very soon to run a retreat. And that's a self-funded, self-made ESO that we work that we're going to enjoy working very closely with. There are other ESOs that are available to us as well, such as Point Assist down here in Hobart, and that's run by a gentleman by the name of Mark Doreen. He's running adventure activities, utilising national parks, and we're very much into promoting his activities because we find that they're things that veterans want to do. So the hub becomes both a physical and a virtual space in which we can advertise other ESOs and what they're up to. So we're not making other things. We're not reinventing the wheel, to coin a term. We're utilising what's in our community and connecting veterans to those ESOs that can help them.
And it sounds like it's been a successful model in not reinventing the wheel and cooperating between ESOs. Can you share with how you've been able to achieve that?
Yes. So we've concentrated on utilising what's on the ground. We've concentrated on feedback from veterans that have particularly used other ESOs and services and had a good outcome or enjoyed the activity. So that endorsement from veterans about what an ESO does goes a long way to meeting the success and the need for us to advertise and promote another ESO to utilise that resource. There's no good spending what little money that we get from the government on providing two services. I haven't reinvented psychology, or I haven't reinvented 24-hour telephone counselling services. They're available already. We just advertise them and we encourage veterans to use them. But if we can promote them, with good branding and good management of our organisation, then that will only bring more ESOs that are producing good activities for veterans to the fore, so we can continue to be inclusive and move forward.
Now, Dr. Clark, I am running out of questions, but if there's any further recommendations you had for the Commission, feel free.
Yeah, thank you. I think key recommendation from our experience in running an ESO is to keep it local. It needs to be a good fit for the veteran community for which it serves. I suppose, didactically telling an ESO what it has to do, what measures it needs to meet, what macro level of support it has to demonstrate is not good use of that ESO's time. They need to concentrate on what they're good at delivering. So if I can encourage other local areas of the same ilk, there's no reason why you can't produce what we have produced in the northwest of Tasmania on a shoestring to provide good service. Looking at, DVA specific issues, there is currently the presumptive access to medical treatment now trial that was conducted a couple of years ago, which I thought was a good model by the department. That allows me as a health provider to bill the Department of Veterans Affairs and allied health professionals to do the same for a raft of 20 conditions. So everything from a sore back to mental health to cancers. That needs to be increased. We've all heard about the long blowout times to hear veterans getting a delegate appointed and getting their claims processed. That's a good way forward in which the veterans' health issue that is yet to be determined can be moved forward. And I have good results with that from, veterans waiting for, neck spinal fusion operations and knee replacements while we determine whose liability it is. The veteran doesn't suffer in that time in pain. So if I could encourage the department to increase the level of presumptive access to medical treatment without liability, that would be a good move forward. We need to invest in primary care. It is the centre of our health model in Australia. Some 20,000 plus general practitioners out there would probably be singing the same story. There is no veteran-specific program, diploma, certificate provided by any of the colleges at this time. ACRM is a good model. They have a good track record of delivering remote training as part of their title. Obviously, they look after doctors in rural and remote areas, and that would be a good fit and probably something that's ready to be stood up in short notice. Certainly the funding that's provided to general practitioners and other health providers under the repatriation scheme for veterans who have complex health needs. These are not easy to manage. We're talking about younger people with multiple comorbidities, significant mental health disorders. If we train primary health practitioners to meet the increasing demands, then we should remunerate them appropriately. So certainly the repatriation scheme of 115% of the Medicare rebate could be lifted to 150, and that would be in line with specialists. That would be at a cost to any government, but it might go a long way to reducing the reluctance of primary health providers to supporting veterans. And I'd encourage any other wellness hub out there to look at establishing the health networks needed to support veterans under their umbrella so that they have an insight of how to grow their ESO in a direction that better meets health needs. I'm not pushing a particular model, I'm just saying that it's something that's worked very well for us in our community.
Before I pass to the Commissioners, I'll just ask one further clarificatory question, just returning to the $2.2 million that was announced. From what you said, my understanding is that that funding was a one-off grant arranged after your lobbying of your local member and the federal minister. Is that right? It's not ongoing?
It's not ongoing, no. It's for 5 years, but it's seed funding. It gets us to be able to provide services to the community, and I did neglect to mention that part of where we live, veterans live in places like Granville Harbour and Trial Harbour. Now, you can't get more remote in Tasmania than that. It's hard to get them out of there to come and see someone, so providing that outreach to them, either it being a near peer, even me going out there and seeing them, can actually make a great difference to their ongoing health and support.
Thank you. I'll pass to the Commissioners now.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you, Dr. Clark, and congratulations on what you've achieved to date in the model you've set up. I have a number of questions. I'm probably not going to have time to do them all, but just a couple of clarifying questions to start with. The first one is in relation to, you talked about the proposal to have quarantine beds in the private facilities, and you gave a figure in terms of when the bed was unoccupied, and I'm just unclear whether you said 75 or 57 cents in the dollar.
75.
That's what I thought. Thank you. Another clarifying question, just in terms of the, you talked about, I had it under the heading of incentives, but essentially what you talked about then was accreditation, really about cultural competency. Were there other incentives that you had in mind? So if someone's accredited, is that then mean they get a higher fee, you know, or?
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate. I mean, if you train specifically in something, then it should be incentivised.
Right, okay, thank you. So then, just turning to the DM42, and you said it's a really important opportunity to make sure that all the potential compensable incidents, injuries, issues are recorded. I guess, and I'm just wanting to clarify, who is actually doing that? That's the defence medical practitioners before someone leaves?
It is completed by the defence doctor at the time, which is in most circumstances provided by a garrison health contractor. So it's a doctor who works for, a civilian doctor who works for defence.
But you said you were a defence medical practitioner, so do you do those?
No, so the DM42 is normally completed by Garrison Health.
By Garrison, yeah.
I don't work for Garrison Health. I'm an opportunistic, I suppose, health provider for defence that they would rely upon. You know, if the depot sergeant at Burnie fell over and sprained his wrist and needed medical care, rather than him going to Hobart, he'll come to me.
Yep. Okay, thank you for that clarification. I'm just wondering now, in terms of that DM42 and the importance of actually capturing all of the relevant information at that time, whose responsibility is it to make sure it's as complete as possible? Is it the veterans? Is it the medical practitioners? Is it the Defence Force? Because I guess what we've heard so many times is that those, and I'm not necessarily this specific form, but those kind of exit medicals can be somewhat perfunctory and don't seem to capture anywhere near the level of detail that you're conveying should be captured.
Thank you for the question. In terms of whose responsibility, ultimately it's Defence's responsibility to ensure that it's done as accurately as it possibly can be. That doesn't absolve the veteran to providing that information to the treating doctor, and the doctor can only write down what's presented to him at the time. So I think in terms of how important it is, it's probably lost on the veteran at the time, because they're going through something for the first time. There's a lot of other things happening in their lives. They're leaving defence, getting jobs, families to worry about, removals going on, leaving the unit. You know, the last thing on their mind is, I've got to make sure my DM42 is right.
Does anyone tell them how important it is?
I'm not in a position to provide an answer on that, Commissioner. I can do it if it comes to me. I can tell them how important it is and why they need to get it right. But if that opportunity is not there, then I don't know.
And are you in a position to make a comment about how well the garrison health practitioner who's filling in that form is assisted in that task by complete records, access to records?
Nothing's perfect, Commissioner. There's always things that are missing out of a person's file. And what could be an innocuous injury some 15 years, prior to someone leaving defence doesn't make their DM42, such as a severe sprain. That then, may later need to become a compensable injury, and a veteran may need to put a claim in for that. If it's in the medical record and you lift it out and provide it to DVA, to the delegate, it smooths the process a little bit and it makes it easier because it's there. It's in black and white.
Can I, just changing the topic, can I just ask, in terms of you as a GP who treats a lot of veterans, we're told by Defence that when someone discharges, they're given a copy of their medical record on a USB, and as is their nominated practitioner. Is that your experience?
That's been my experience in the last couple of years. I often send the veteran away with their advocate to trawl through perhaps sometimes the 300 to 400 to 500 pages of medical record that's on a single USB that it's given to us just as a PDF file. It's very hard to find exact details of injuries and things. It's been my experience that does come, and it does make it easier.
But it still requires a bit of work before it's useful.
It still requires a lot of work.
Okay, thank you. Then just in terms of, you talked about the old repat hospital system. I just was wanting to clarify your views. Do you think we should go back to having a separate health system for veterans, a la the old repat system, or are you not advocating that, but something that's a bit more of a hybrid?
I think more of a hybrid model, and the carriage of chronic disease burden in Australia is carried by general practitioners. There's no reason why veteran health as a chronic disease maxim can't be carried by general practice as well. So I don't see the need to reinvent repatriation hospitals. I just see a need to increase the cultural awareness through good training and education.
And can I ask, finally, do you have a proposal for how you plan to evaluate the success or otherwise of the Veteran Hub in a more formal way? I mean, you've talked about the informal feedback already, but...
Yeah, certainly we will have an opportunity for members to provide feedback on their service anonymously, so just a feedback box. I think anyone who uses the service is encouraged to do that. And I think providing a governance board with subcommittees that report to it is also another feedback mechanism. Sort of like if the veteran community the veteran subcommittee board come back and tell us that we're not doing what they need us to do, or there's something missing from our allied health professionals that we should look into getting, then we can make that change. Or if there's an activity, and a set of equipment that they particularly want us to buy, such as, mountain bikes, kayaks, whatever, we can meet their needs by discussing it in the board and steering the board to that direction. So I suppose the board is a 360-degree organisation in which we're pushing information forward and receiving feedback from higher up. At the same time, we're receiving information from the bottom through feedback, through subcommittees to steer the direction we need to go and remain flexible.
But you're talking predominantly qualitative rather than quantitative evaluation?
Yes.
And sorry, just one last clarifying question. You talked about increasing presumptive access to medical treatment. Just to clarify, so you're talking about expanding beyond the current 20 conditions that were in the trial?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you, Doctor, for coming to give evidence and for the work you do, but I have no further questions.
Thank you.
I don't either, Doctor, but I do want to echo my colleagues. Gratefulness to you both for the evidence you've given today and for all you do for veterans.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Molyneux, as well, are there any issues for others may want to bring up?
Thank you. I have no questions.
And just Ms Cullen, I think you're on with us still.
I am, Commissioners. I have no questions.
Thank you. Ms Molyneux.
Nothing further. May the witness be excused.
Yes, and thank you again, Doctor. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
If there are no other issues, we're reconvening on Monday at 10 a.m. Sorry, 9 a.m. I've been corrected. Okay, 9 a.m. on Monday then.
All rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned until 9 a.m. Monday, the 8th of August 2022.